Just depends on the deli at the time and what the needs are for that specific time, but it's cooking all the food that needs to be made or cleaning anything that needs to be cleaned for that day.
How long have you worked for King Soopers?
It's going on 6 years, almost 7 years, I would say.
And can you just kind of run through your career at King Soopers, where you started and how you progressed?
Yeah, I started back in 2018 as a customer service clerk, working the customer service desk, helping people with the returns. Quickly moved to click list or pickup, shopping for customers and helping them with their orders. Then I got promoted to a head clerk. And then pursuing my career, I decided that it would be a good move to transfer to assistant deli manager. And that's where I was at the time of the incident, was an assistant. And then I stepped away for a little bit and came back to Kroger and became a deli associate again.
So with respect to that initial period of time up to this incident, was all of your time with King Soopers at the Table Mesa store?
Yes.
If you could get a little closer to the mic, I see a few people straining in the back.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
So then at what point did you leave the Table Mesa store and go to the other store?
Somewhere around the beginning of 2023.
I want to direct your attention to March 22nd of 2021. At that point in time, your testimony is you were the assistant deli manager?
Yes, sir.
And were you working on that day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you come in on the 22nd of March?
12:30.
So same shift you're working currently?
Yes, sir.
What you refer to as the closing shift?
Yes, sir.
Talk about what you were doing between 12:30 and 2:30.
I was pretty much getting ready for the lunch to mid-evening rush, like between 4 and 2 o'clock is when we get, the people that are getting off work or getting out of school. So we get ready for that, getting chicken in the ovens, getting fried chicken ready, our 8-piece baked chicken. And then at the time before the new remodel, we also had a pizza bar. So getting pizzas in the oven for the hot bar side, and then making sure that the deli cut meat side, where people get their deli meats, they're all good to go on their sliced meats, their sliced cheeses. There's a program called Grab and Go where we slice meats and cheeses to a half pound or a full pound, and people can then just grab it from the case and leave. So, just making sure all of that is where it should be, and getting associates at the time out for breaks and lunches if they needed it.
With respect to, you mentioned a pizza bar, that's just like you have pre-cooked pizzas and they're just out and people can buy them by the slice, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's just like that. Buy them by the slice. On the rare occasion, some people buy the whole pizza. So it just depends.
Can people come in and order a particular type of pizza if they want something that's not on the bar? Can they just order a whole pizza from you guys?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So you're getting ready for the lunch after school, early evening rush. Can you describe where you were at when this incident started?
Most of the time I spend on the hot bar side because that's when it's the busiest. So I was on the hot bar side, going over my ordering guide so that I was ordering the right stuff for the next shipment that we get our product in. And I was just kind of going through how much I needed to order in my head and stuff like that. So,
Judge, permission to publish what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 2?
You may.
On the screen behind you is what's been admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 2. Should be an orange handle. You can extend that out. Can you just kind of describe generally the area of the deli and the setup of the area that you were working in the store?
Yes. So normally I was right here on the hot bar side. If I remember correctly, this is the actual deli pizza bar area, and then these were the ovens. So I was right around here.
And you're indicating with the pointer the very upper left of the diagram on People's Exhibit 2?
Yes, very upper left, over by the sushi hot exit door, emergency exit door over there is where I was.
What else is in that area of the store?
There's the, as you can see, the bathrooms, sorry, I shortened it. The restrooms are over here, and then there's a staircase above there that was for, the servers and, computer room, or not the computer room, but where we keep the, records for like the, cameras, that area, and then storage for Starbucks. So Starbucks would keep their cups, any products that they would need up above there. And then there was just the bathrooms and then our back space where we kept products and deli chicken and stuff like that.
The area that you pointed to, is that it's actually labeled deli on the diagram? I can't see it from here.
Yes, so this whole is technically the deli, except for like this area was the sushi and then it got to Starbucks. But this whole area right here is counted as the deli.
So the area in gray, immediately to the right of the deli, kind of at the front of the store, that's sushi?
Yeah, that's considered the sushi bar.
And then immediately to the right of that would be what you've indicated as Starbucks.
Yes, right here.
So when you first realized that something was taking place, to the best of your ability, where were you standing and how were you positioned?
I was over here kind of by the pizza bar, and I believe this is supposed to be the food warmer where we keep our rotisserie chickens and 8-piece and stuff. And that's when I started noticing people walking around and looking out the window, and a group, 2 gentlemen taking cover, it looked like, or hiding. And I just wasn't sure at that time what was specifically going on.
Okay. Can you describe what window the people were looking out of that you saw?
Yes, there's a window over by the emergency exit door. Before COVID, we used to have tables and chairs where people could eat and hang out for a little bit. So this used to be like a dining area. And so there's a window over here and then a free space for people to move around there.
And for purposes of the record, you're indicating the area in between the sushi bar and the deli.
Yes.
When you say people were moving around, can you describe how they were moving?
It was a little like a panic, but an unsurety of what to panic about is my recollection. It was people just trying to figure out, almost like watching a car crash. Like you can't pull your eyes away from it, but you also don't want to get involved within the incident. And so it's people like kind of just realizing what's going on and the weight of it overcoming them.
You mentioned that you saw 2 gentlemen take cover, is the words you used. Where did that happen? And can you describe specifically what they did?
Yeah, they were by the hot warmer and they were looking out the window just like everybody else was at the time. And I don't know what made them do it at the time, but they started to hide at the very least or get down, but not in a scared way, just kind of like, hey, I should probably, be aware of my surroundings. And so that's what I took notice of. And then that's when I started seeing more people panic and move towards the other exits to this side of the building over here.
And you're indicating people were moving from the west towards
the east side.
Towards the east doors?
Yes.
What did you do?
When I noticed everything was happening, I started to take into account of what the main problem was, because it could have been anything in my head, from some accident in the parking lot taking place or a customer not, liking something. It just, I didn't want to assume the worst immediately. And then I saw customers running and being afraid, as they should have been, and stuff like that. And that's when it started to hit. And then I can't remember exactly what time I heard the gunfire, but I do know I started hearing gunfire around that 2:30, 2:33 mark.
Were you observing people looking out the window and kind of moving with uncertainty, and the 2 gentlemen that took cover, was all of that occurring before you heard anything?
Yes.
And then at some point, do you remember where you were at when you first heard what you said are gunshots?
Yes, I was still in the deli at the time, around the hot bar area, just around here, kind of panicking. When I started to hear the gunshots, the 2 associates that were on this side, I told them to go and hide or to get out. One of them went into the female restroom, and then the other one went up the stairs to the Starbucks storage area.
Could you tell where the shots were coming from that you heard?
No, honestly, at first I did not know where they were coming from.
So after you tell the two Deli associates to hide, what do you do after that?
I honestly start taking in my bearings on where people are going, what's going on. There's the thought of getting on the phone that was in the deli and paging. And so I put out a page, active shooter, get out, active shooter. I went to the other side to check on Murray's Cheese, which is part of the deli, and my other two associates, and they weren't there. They already got out. At least that's what I thought.
When you say other side, what do you mean?
Just the other side of the deli. So instead of the hot bar side, I just walked around the corner to see if there was anybody over here, and I didn't see them. And so I assumed that they went out a different way. I just, and then when I realized, I don't know how far away this time-wise was, but then when I realized the gentleman entered the building, that's when I ran into the restroom to get Chelsea out, which was the associate that ran into the restroom, and started letting people get out through the bathroom, checking the men's restroom, checking the rest of the deli. When I did check the rest of the deli in the back, that's when I found Gabby and Jasper hiding and barricading themselves in. So I yelled and got them out, ran around to the exit side over here and ran out. And then I went back to the bathroom to double check to make sure.
Let me slow you down.
Yeah.
So you said Gabby and who?
Jasper.
And Jasper. Where were they located?
They were in this back room area. There's like another storage. It doesn't show it, but there's like two different rooms. One of them is our cold, where we keep like our cold chicken. And the other one is like our freezer where we keep frozen items. And they were in that freezer area hiding.
And are Gabby and Jasper employees as well?
Yes.
Do they work in the deli?
Not currently, but they did.
At that time?
At the time, yes.
So when you say you were getting people, you're getting Chelsea and Gabby and Jasper out of the bathroom in the back storage unit. Where are you taking them, or where are they going? How are they getting out of the building?
Oh, I'm taking them to this emergency exit over here, and that's where they're getting out. So Gabby and Jasper went that way. I believe Chelsea went this way because she normally parked in the front. I'm not sure where Chelsea ran to once I got her out of the store.
And you're indicating a door on the north side of the building, front of King Soopers, that would be between the sushi bar and the deli. And that is an emergency exit, so it's not normally something people could go in and out of?
No.
And I think that what you were indicating is Chelsea went to the left when she came out, which would be west, and then the other two went to the east when they got out the door?
Yes.
After getting those folks out, what happened?
I walked back inside just to honestly make sure no one else was stuck and double check the men's and women's restroom. And I went back in. There was another gentleman hiding, so I got him out. And as I was walking out, that's when I noticed a group of people. One of them being an elderly lady who happened to have fallen. I was not quite sure why she had fell. And so I kind of took it out of me because I didn't hear anything or see any gunfire, but she felt like she was shot. So when I walked up to her, I wasn't quite sure how she was in that area.
When you say she felt like she was shot, describe how she felt.
Just really hard, like, a very hard trip or a very hard shove. Like, someone truly pushed her and she lost her balance. But
did she fall forward, backward, or something else?
She fell forward straight onto her front or face.
Where did she fall?
She fell, I would say right about here, in this general area in between the sushi and the bathroom and the entrance to the deli.
Kind of what you said prior to COVID was a dining area where people could eat at tables and chairs?
Exactly.
So after she goes down, what are you thinking when you see her go down?
I thought she had unfortunately passed away. I thought she was shot. I honestly wasn't sure what to think. Two different possibilities went through my head that unfortunately she had lost her life or she was injured. So I knew I at least had to check on her.
Did you rush right to her?
Yes.
What were your concerns as you approached her?
She was somebody's grandma. That was my main thought. That's my grandma there. And so I picked her up. I wasn't really concerned about anything else, was just getting her out. When I knew that she was still breathing and still okay, that's when I definitely picked her up as hard as I could. She was, dead weight. She didn't have breath inside of her or the energy to pick herself back up. So I kind of just lifted her, luckily, and put her, helped her out to the exit door.
Which exit did you take her out of?
The same one right here. And then I walked her to, there's a little brick thing in the corner right here. And I walked her to there and handed her off to another customer. And that's when I ran back inside to help more people.
So you actually got her all the way outside the building before you gave her to somebody else to help her.
Yes.
Describe how you helped her up. Like what did you do? She's laying face down on the floor. You approach her. What exactly happens?
I pretty much grabbed her by the arm really hard and just yanked her. I thought I actually hurt her even more. I was so worried about that because I just really roughly grabbed her and almost felt like I was dragging her out of the door.
Were you able to get her kind of back to her feet at some point?
Yes, I was able to get her onto her feet. I was able to get her stumbling, but walking out of the door and then out to another customer at the time.
Are you helping her get to the door and get outside?
Yes.
How are you helping her?
I just have her arm, in my arms, and I just have like most of her weight on me. And then I kind of just kick the door open, pretty much get her out the door, and then walk her what I felt was far enough, which was past this point where the wall ends or the store ends and where that concrete pillar, because right here is where more customers were, and they were either hiding or trying to get to their car, calling loved ones, and just getting away from the store.
Judge, can I approach?
Yes, sir.
21 through 24. Mr. Tatum, I've handed you what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 21 through 24. Do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what are they?
They are video recordings of the store behind sushi and next to the deli, right across from in between the restrooms and stuff, right around there.
They're still photographs of the video in that area of the store?
Yes.
And then their People's Exhibit 24 is actually still video, still photograph from video in the back of the store?
Yes.
Are all of those exhibits, People's 21 through 24, fair and accurate representations of what was occurring on that day?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit People's 21 through 24.
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
And Judge, I would ask for permission to publish.
You may publish.
People's Exhibit 21. Tell us what we're looking at, Mr. Tatum.
That is what we described earlier, being the sushi bar area. This was where the seating was before COVID, and then after COVID, we had to take that away. Back in the corner here, that's Starbucks, and then off to the side here is the deli. So this is that eating area, and then in the corner would be where the emergency exit door is.
And on the bottom side of the screen, the white-haired woman, this is how you saw her going down. It looks like in this still frame, she's still in the process of falling, about to hit the ground.
Yeah, she, as you can see, she looked like she was tackled or pushed or something as she is falling. So she fell really hard.
You mentioned you were concerned that she had been shot, but you didn't hear a shot at that time when she went down. Were you still hearing gunshots as you were going in and out with the people that you're getting out of the bathroom and the storage unit? Are there still shots taking place?
Yes.
Could you tell at that point where the shots were coming from?
At that point, they definitely moved from the west side to the far east side over by where the pharmacy and the east side entrance was and all that. The specific location I could not.
But you could tell they were inside the store.
At that point, yes.
Is that different than when you first heard shots?
Yeah.
Where were the shots when you first heard them?
They didn't sound like they were coming from the west side. They just sounded like they were just coming somewhere near me, and I couldn't pinpoint exactly where. I just knew that they were outside. I just wasn't sure where exactly in the parking lot or near the store, or if they had came into the store from another point of entrance.
So you hear shots. It sounds like more to the west side, outside, west of the store, outside.
Yes.
And then at some point when the shots are inside, they sound like they're more to the east.
Yes.
So after the elderly woman goes down in People's 21, tell us what we're seeing at the very bottom of People's Exhibit 22.
That would be me right here in the white gray hoodie. That is my arm, and then that would be Ree right here with my arm around her. I believe at this point I'm just telling her like, you're okay, everything's gonna be okay, we're getting out, we're gonna be okay, and I'm just trying to comfort her because I can hear her crying and just being overwhelmed.
So she's crying. Anything else about her demeanor that you could tell us?
I could tell that she was hurt. Like I said, she fell hard. Our floors at the time are all concrete. So there's no soft padding. There's nothing bracing or breaking her fall at all. So she's just unconsolable, I feel, at this time.
How could you tell she was hurt?
She was holding her arm at that point. And so I could tell that the arm that I wasn't holding onto, she was holding close to her. Like if she hurt her shoulder or her elbow or something, I couldn't tell what specifically, but she was physically nursing her arm.
And at some point, did she start to, let me back up. You said when you initially started to get her up, it was like she didn't have breath in her.
Yes.
Like the wind had been knocked out of her?
Yes.
At what point did it seem that she started to be able to breathe again?
Honestly, I'm not sure. It could have been before I handed her off. It could have been after I handed her off. She didn't seem well at all.
Okay. But you thought you observed her to be like crying somewhat or in a place of distress.
Yes.
And that was up to the point where you handed her off to somebody else.
Yes.
Moving to People's Exhibit 23, tell us what this photograph shows.
That is me, right there in the foreground, and then in the front, that is Ree. And then this would be the exit door that I've mentioned before, getting people out through.
So this is right before you get her out of the building.
Yes.
And you've referred to her as Ree. Did you later learn who this elderly woman was?
Yes, I learned her first name was Ree. And that's just what we've known each other by. She calls me Chris and I call her Ree. And that's just how our relationship has blossomed over the years.
At some point, you guys had contact after this when she was able to realize who you were?
Yes, she, I believe, got a hold of the victim's advocate and they were able to get a hold of me. And then we were able to meet for breakfast and continue our, relationship.
You get Rhea up, you get her out of the building. You go back into the building again.
Yes.
Describe what happened when you went back in again.
A bit of panic over myself of kind of not knowing what's going on. It was in that decision of like, why am I in here? But also wanting to make sure people were okay, wanting to not leave anybody behind. And I didn't want to leave anybody in there. So I went back in to double check, to look for people and to just do one last look.
Where did you go?
I started looking around the deli. I started kind of just looking around produce, and that's when I noticed another associate who worked in the meat department, Andy, kind of frozen slash not getting out of the store in the meat department. So he's behind the meat counter, running back and forth, just kind of not even trying to escape. He's just overly panicked at this point.
I put People's Exhibit 2 back up. Can you show us where you saw Andy when you came back into the store?
Yes. So I came back and I was right about here, and then through produce. So that bakery, meat department would be right here. This is bakery. So I saw Andy right around here in the meat department.
Can you describe with any more detail what he was doing?
He was like running back and forth between here and going into this area of the store, just either looking for a way out or a place to hide. He was on the phone. He was just panicking. He just didn't know what to do or where to go, which is reasonable.
What did you do when you saw Andy?
I then yelled, which probably wasn't the smartest thing, and then ran through produce to get to him, which is right about here.
Did you get to him?
Yes.
What happened at that point?
As I was on my way, this part I'm not quite sure of, but I thought I saw the suspect around here in bakery. We started talking as I'm trying to get him out and calm him down at the same time. And then another gunshot, which again, I'm not sure about, sounded like it ricocheted somewhere over here. And that's when we both ran through the coolers into the back room and then out through the trailer exit area where we found two more customers escaping as well.
Where were those two customers escaping?
They were on the outside back dock. There's a little metal dock area where we keep like store supplies just for the whole store. And they were trying to get down. There's like stairs right here next to this trailer area. There's stairs so people can get down and exit the building.
Can you describe what those folks look like?
It was a gentleman in his 20s, maybe 30s, and another elderly gentleman in his late 70s, I believe. He had a walker with him at the time.
Did you do anything to assist that gentleman?
Yes, I kind of grabbed his walker out of his hands, helped him down the stairs, and then I helped him to the other restaurants and stores that were in the over by Abo's Pizza and Snarf's, those clothing stores and stuff right over there.
Did you get Andy out of the store before you ran out of the store?
Yes and no. Andy, as I was helping the other customers, unfortunately ran into the one of the trailers that was hooked up to the dock at the time. And that's when I finally yelled at him, slammed on the trailer, and then he ran back out.
Okay. I want to back up to when you see Andy in the meat section and you're yelling at him. Does he run out of the building before you?
No, he follows me.
Okay. How many times did you go back into the building after getting people out?
I believe 4 times.
We could go to People's 24. Tell us what area this is and what we're seeing here.
This would be the meat department. I'm right here. I'm not sure where Andy is. I believe he's behind the pillar at the moment, but this is where the meat department. I saw Andy right about there, over on that side. And then that's when we went through this door after hearing the gunfire. So we went through that door, which is into the cooler and then into the back freezer and then out through the loading docks in the back.
You moved to the meat seafood section because you saw Andy kind of just frozen there.
Yes.
Is it possible that Andy exited before you got back there?
Possible, but I'm not quite sure. I don't believe he did.
Okay. Mr. Tatum, thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no questions for Mr. Tatum. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. You're excused and released from the subpoena. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can leave those up there.
Oh.
Here, I'll retrieve those and bring those.
Judge, the people would next call Paul Johnson.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roach, just do the-
Yes, sir, thanks.
Oh, yes.
Morning, Mr. Johnson. And to make your way on up here and go to your left when you get to Mr. Kuffner, and just keep winding your way around to your left till you get to the witness stand there. Place that water down. I'm going to swear you in before you grab a seat. Face me, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and please get close to that microphone so everyone can hear.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson, introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Paul Johnson. I'm a former employee of King Soopers.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's
Okay.
good. What do you do currently?
I'm a PhD student in mathematics.
What are you looking to do with your PhD in mathematics?
Research, hopefully, in infinite dimensional theory.
You've gone past me already. Infinite dimensional theory. Can you tell us what that is?
The related to the geometry of space-time and string theory, essentially, is looking at how if the universe is made of one-dimensional strings, how they collide and interact with each other geometrically.
Okay. Prior to starting your PhD program, what education did you have?
Undergraduate degree, I was a double major from Illinois at Illinois Wesleyan University, double major math and physics.
How did you end up in Boulder?
After I graduated, I didn't know what I wanted to do with my degree. My partner was pursuing a master's in CU Boulder, so I moved to be with her.
And that was the time period where you were working at King Soopers?
Yeah, that was during the peak of the pandemic lockdowns, as there wasn't really other work in the private sector in physics and engineering that was hiring.
Essential services like grocery stores had
Yeah.
openings.
Yeah.
How long did you work for King Soopers?
Oh gosh. Around a year, I want to say. I started in August, July or August 20. The years are fuzzy, 2020. And then after the shooting, I was done.
Describe kind of your progression or what positions you held while you were at King Soopers during that year.
Sure. I started in as the service desk as a customer service person. So largely fielding questions people had about products or the store policy, money transfer type stuff. Occasionally work at the gas station. Eventually was promoted to head clerk. It's kind of a front end manager type position.
Okay. Tell us about that front end manager position. What do they call it?
Head clerk.
Head clerk.
Yeah. So in charge of fielding, give customers of questions. Where is something? Making sure everything is orderly, like the aisles are faced, employees are getting breaks on time is a prominent part of the job. Just knowing how to do everything on the front end of the store so that if anyone else has an issue, you can kind of step in and take care of it. Just keep things going smooth.
What does the aisles are faced mean?
Oh, that the all the products are like when you go to a store, the grocery store, and the products are like forward at the front of the aisles, and the labels facing you, and they're all kind of stacked. It's like people have to go through and reset that.
You pull it to the front of the shelf.
Yeah.
Okay. What were your duties on the date of the shooting?
Same thing, basically. It's again, you're kind of floating, doing whatever you need to do. If carts are out, you get carts. If people have issues with like a money transfer or with some kind of customer service thing that the desk can't handle, you're kind of the next level of escalation up. If there's any kind of medical emergency in the store, you can attend to that. So it's just kind of whatever you need to be doing. That day in particular, we were kind of on and off swamped. So it was like you go in and you open up another check stand and you just help check people out to smooth it out.
With respect to that day, do you remember what shift you were working?
Morning shift. So what is that? It's been a long time. It's like 8 in the morning to like 3:30, I believe. You open, I guess probably earlier, 7 to 3:30, but you open the store from the night crew, and then you get to leave before it's too late.
Talk about if there were other head clerks on duty that day.
Yes. I mean, there's a whole bunch of head clerks all day. I believe there were 3 of us at the time. I mean, there's different people who have the same job. Like, I forget the names of the positions, but some kind of like front end manager position that's not called head clerk, but does the same job essentially. So in terms of people who are doing what I was doing, there were maybe, I think, 3 of us on staff at the time. I believe there was one more person who had an even earlier shift who went home.
Who were the other people in that position doing the similar job that day?
Ricky Olds was one of those people. Julie, I can't think of her last name. And then I'm bad with names. I'm sorry. There was someone, I think Michael. He left. Or I think he left around 1, though. I don't think he was there for the shooting.
Would it be Julie Keaton?
I think so, yeah.
Were you or Ricky head clerks longer?
She was. I mean, she was not a head clerk. She had like a higher title. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe her position was a slightly higher title technically. And she had worked at other stores before. So I was very new to it. I had only been doing it for a few months.
So Ricky would have been in a position where she was kind of above the head clerks or doing similar job?
Doing the same job, but just a higher title. Frankly, the distinction never really came up in terms of our duties.
Generally, what types of duties? You've mentioned some of them. What types of things were you responsible?
Money was a big one, all cash in the store and the registers, making sure that's transferred to the bank. And then when security people come by, like the armored truck, we give that over to them, count that. That's really the big one. I mean, again, largely I feel like it was managing employees, making sure people go on to breaks or when employees have issues. Or not employees, when customers have issues, is like when I was working customer service, if someone was trying to send money to another country and the system would break down, that would be my cue to call a head clerk over. So it's like, that is your, like the service desk handles like cigarette sales and sorts of things. But if there's like someone might have a fake ID, anytime there's like a discrepancy, is the head clerk is kind of like the next level up to handle those sorts of things. But yeah, one of the big ones was handling the money.
So you mentioned it had been kind of slow, busy.
Yeah, as always.
A little before the shooting, did you get one of those rushes where it got a little busier?
I feel like, yeah, something like that. I mean, it was kind of on off. Yeah.
At some point prior to the shooting, did you agree to bag so one of the other head clerks could open a check stand?
that was right before. It was me, Ricky, and Julie. And we were starting to see some people come in and people needed to take breaks. Julie, I believe, needed to take her break. Like as head clerks, we get breaks too, and they're a bit harder to schedule in when we're trying to get everyone else off. So we kind of, we split up the work, is that Julie opened a check stand. I was bagging for her. And then Ricky she did a thing we do periodically, is collect all the money in the registers so that there's not that much in there. And that's kind of how we divided up the labor. And then that's what being a head clerk is it's like normally I don't bag stuff, but it's like, wow, there's nothing else to be doing. And this would speed stuff up so much.
So gets a little busier. Julie jumps on and opens the register and is checking. You're bagging for jewelry.
Right.
You said Ricky's doing the money thing.
Yeah.
Describe what that entails.
You have like a little envelope and you just go register to register. And I think it's like a $200 limit, like when people pay with cash. Anything over that $200 limit, you want to get out of there in case there was a robbery or something. So you just start at one end and you walk to the other end and you put money into the envelope. It's not really super a pressing thing. It's like you kind of do it throughout the day.
So Ricky was moving from the west end, collecting the money from the registers to take it where?
To the behind the service desk, there's like a employee only room with a safe.
At some point, did an individual by the name of Denny Stong show up?
Yes.
Talk about when that happened.
Yes. So I'm going to be honest. Some of this is hard to recall. I mean, that was flashbacks, and so the details aren't as sharp as back then. But in my memory, that I was bagging, and again, bagging is one of those things that it can go slower if you're just kind of there to help speed the process up. So. Denny would also be just kind of floating around sometimes, and we talk when it's slower. We all talk, and at one point, Ricky, Denny, and I were all just talking.
When you, Ricky, and Denny were talking, what was the discussion about?
I don't even remember. I think just maybe getting ready to leave for only a couple hours left. Like, what are you up to? This was directly before the shooting began.
Do you remember where you, Denny, and Ricky were at?
It would have been the check stand we were at where Julie was helping people. I believe it was check stand 11. It's on the, that's west, right? It would be on the right side. So I think that's to the west.
So further to the west.
Yeah.
Had Ricky left to go do the money before everything happened, or was she still with you in that conversation when everything started to happen?
I frankly can't. It's hard to remember. That is the hardest part of the whole thing to remember. In my memory, the shooting had started and we heard it muffled outside and we just weren't sure. We just were like, that's a weird noise. And, and it's when you hear a weird noise, you try to rationalize it. So I think our rationalization is there'd been some leaks in the roof. So we're like, I wonder if they're doing some kind of work on the roof or something. Like maybe like a nail. I mean, it wasn't the right sound, but it's like you don't expect to hear. So in my memory, we heard the first shots outside and then assumed it was nothing. And then Ricky started moving away to collect money from further registers. And only then did I hear something happen inside the store. That's my memory. It could be wrong because again, it kind of tried to bury that.
Well, it was traumatic.
Yeah.
It was 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
When you say we thought they were working on the roof, was that something that you and Denny had a exchange about? Or
Yeah. Like, I wonder what that could be. Like, I mean, I think that was my suggestion. But I mean, no, we didn't really know. We didn't really have time. It all happened kind of so fast.
So you hear these noises, you and Denny are like, they must be working on the roof, some kind of an exchange. And then what's the next thing that happens?
You hear the shot inside the store and it's immediate what's going on. I don't know. It's something that loud. And it was just like an immediate sense of run, like get out of here. So I ran, Julie was running. I ran down the check stand to the back of the store that someone had already gotten the shipping door open, thankfully. And there was just like a line of people ran out the shipping door, ran under a truck. We like physically ran. There's a big truck there. We ran underneath it. And then just basically the rest of the day is running. Like there's not a sense of what's going on and just if we need to keep getting away from here.
So when the shots inside the store started, you were still at the check stand?
Yeah.
Judge, permission to approach?
Yes, sir.
I've handed you what's been
Mhm.
marked as People's Exhibit 29 for identification. Can you tell us what that is?
That's me. That's the check stand. I'm putting stuff in a bag. The black vest is the head clerk vest. That's how we were identified. A name tag, and yeah, and it looks like Julie's already gone or something. I know that again. It's hard to get a sense. I mean, honestly, it's possible that the conversation, like the conversation, this must have, it's fuzzy. It's like it kind of is now starting to come back to me.
Okay.
Frankly, is I'm pretty sure that I stopped the conversation with Ricky and Denny after we heard the first loud sound outside, and they both started walking away in the eastward direction.
Okay.
And then I went back to bagging. That's I think it wasn't like Ricky started walking away and Denny and I were still talking as we finished talking with both of them. And sorry, that like it literally wasn't in my brain until now. And then I went back to bagging, and then pretty.
You, Ricky, and Denny were all together having a conversation when the first shots outside happened?
Yeah, but they were muffled. You know, you couldn't really. It didn't immediately feel like it. I mean, I think in your head, it's like that's too loud to be other things, but you just don't expect a shooting to happen.
So you hear the sound, you have the conversation, Ricky and Denny walk to the east, and
Mhm.
you go back to bagging?
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Yeah.
And then would this People's Exhibit 29, would that be you around the time the shots inside started?
Yeah, that's what it looks like at least.
Fair and accurate?
2:30:11. That sounds about right.
That's the timestamp on that photo.
Yeah.
Fair and accurate of you that day at the check stand?
Yeah.
Move to admit 29.
No objection.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
So you've largely described, you have, looks like your left hand in a bag, placing an item in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
The direction that you've turned and are looking, would that be towards the east entrance?
Yes.
Is that where you first heard the shots?
Yes.
The first,
No. What I mean, from inside or outside the store?
great clarification. Let's start outside the store. Where did they appear to be?
I couldn't tell you. I think that's part of why it was harder to identify the sound. I mean, like I've fired guns before, and this big metal store, the way that resonance changes the frequency of everything is like that was something when I first got hired. We had to do a shooting training, and pardon me. They tell you is like the shots will sound different inside a store, and it's incredibly true. I was not expecting how different. So from outside, I mean, in my memory, it sounded as if it was coming from the east, but again, I don't know how accurate that is. Once it was inside the store, it was incredibly clear where the sound came from. Which was in that direction. It was like so loud. It was incredibly clear. But from outside, I feel like since the store was acting as some kind of large resonator, it's like hard to tell.
So when you say it was entirely clear they were coming from that direction, what direction do you mean once they were inside the store?
To the east, to the entrance by the service desk.
What is the item on the end that is not in a bag, the big item? Can you tell what that is?
I can't. It looks like it could be. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what this is. It could be like a bag of, I don't know, charcoal or something. I'm not, frankly not. I don't remember when I was bagging.
Okay. So you had jumped ahead and you started to explain after you saw the shots. According to this, you turn, you look towards the east,
Mm-hmm.
and then what's the next thing you do?
In my memory, I immediately run straight to the back of the store. So in the direction of the computer, like if you look at where I am and you draw a line from my head to the computer down that aisle, just straight that direction, like as fast as I can. Like I think we were screaming, "Run!" me and Julie, and again, it was like I never saw really anything. It's the sound was like enough to communicate what was going on.
While you're running, do you hear additional shots?
Yeah, it's just bangs. I think so. I mean, again, it's like these are the parts that were at a time like preventing me from sleeping. And I've managed to make them a lot fuzzier as a defense mechanism. But in my memory, yeah, there are more shots.
And my apology for asking you to talk about things
Yeah.
you have tried very hard to forget.
Mm-hmm.
So you run direct route to the back of the store.
Mm-hmm.
What door do you go out?
There's a door there's like a whole area in the back of the store, which is like for stock, like extra stock and stuff. And people who do that kind of like produce people, there's like compost bins back there. There's a door to get there from the main store. There's like those like coolers in the back, and it's between, like the dairy cooler and then I think a cooler with like sour cream or something in there. There's a big door to get to the back, and then from there to my right, which I guess is to the west, there's a big like trucks pull in and a big like sliding door opens up to let the truck dock with the store, and one of those was docked, and there's a little like door to the right of it that like you take a right, and then to the right of that there's a door that just opens to the outside, and that was open. And from what I understand on the news,
We can't talk about things we learned on the news or things other
sure,
people
okay,
told you.
okay.
What did you observe as you were going out that back door?
There's just lots of people. Like everyone was kind of running in that direction. It was incredibly frantic. I noticed like some like older people who are in the like mobile carts who are unable to move as fast. But those of us who were in the back, we were all like, it was just like a wave. You couldn't mentally stop yourself from moving. And as we went out, as people were just ducking under the truck to kind of keep running. And there was just a lot of confusion. I mean, there's a confusion and just a sense that we all have to get out of here.
About how many people did you see escaping in the back of the store?
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like my estimate's going to be way off. In my mind, it's something like 30 people.
Okay.
But it's like in my memory though, it's like it was so heightened. It's just like you're part of this line of people. Like
response.
There's an objection.
It's fine. I can move on, Judge.
Sustained. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, this incident had a significant impact on you.
yeah.
Where did you go after you got outside?
I went. There's a hardware store in that parking lot. I kind of went. There's like a wall around it. I kind of went around that wall, and there's a bush, and there's another employee hiding in the bush, and I kind of dove in that bush, and we were both hiding for a while, just in like complete silence. Like it's a pretty big bush, and then we weren't really sure what to do or where to go, and then we saw some other people heading in that direction who had escaped the store, and they're just screaming, "Run, run." So again, in this like fight or flight, you don't know if they're just like still reacting to being in the store or if they're being chased or followed by something. But in our mind, it was like, keep running, like whatever's going on, we have to get further away. So we just kind of kept running. I can, bad with cardinal directions, I could draw a map of exactly the route I took. Away from, there's the store, there's the hardware store, kind of running this way. And then ran across the street, which was, that street doesn't really, that street is, if you know that street, there's pretty crazy traffic there. And we just kind of risked it because we wanted to get out of there. And then just proceeded to continue to run to North Boulder. Just
When you say to North Boulder, what do you mean?
I'd need to see a map of Boulder. I could track out my path. But I mean, like we just ran like a very long distance. Maybe I'm wrong about where exactly I ended up because, again, I wasn't really thinking about cardinal directions. I just know it was like a very long distance.
Mr. Johnson, what impact did this incident have on you?
Sure. Well, I have PTSD. I got diagnosed. Dr. Robinson following the event, gave me a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. And it was, for the first, I couldn't like go outside for a while. Like I had to be indoors. I mean, depends on how much detail you want. That's pretty clear in my mind. Like the first day, there was a sense of like, frankly, like intense like euphoria from realizing I didn't die. Like it was like an overwhelming feeling of like I should be dead, and also in the back of my head a knowledge of people I know are definitely dead and I don't know yet. So I need to enjoy the fact that I survived.
Non-responsive, 403.
Sustained.
Judge, as to the impact, I think this is responsive.
As to the narrative, if you could break it down, please.
Tell us how the PTSD manifested itself in the days after.
Sure. Nightmares, inability to go indoor. When I could go outside, I couldn't go indoors anywhere. Out of fear, I wasn't able to really step foot indoors for, I feel like, a few months. Other than a place I was going for like mental health.
Judge, I have no further questions for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson is the attempt murder victim in count 60.
Mr. Dunn or Ms. Harrell?
Judge, no cross-examination.
All right, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
And you're released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I may need a minute to
Okay.
transition to the next witness. We're jumping a little bit.
That's fine. While she's doing that, do you want to grab the exhibit?
Yes, Judge, thank you. There's a people would call Mark Suman.
Morning, sir. If you'll make your way up here, please. You're going to go to your left, navigate your way towards this seat that's on my right. Straight around the front there. Thank you. You'll face me before you have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that in the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please have a seat. That microphone will adjust, and please get close to it so everyone can hear you.
Mr. Suman, when you're settled, can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Mark Suman, MARK SUBAN. I'm a FBI professional staff employee, and I'm assigned to Lab Division, which is at Quantico Marine Base, Virginia. And I'm assigned to the Operational Projects Unit.
The operational projects unit is something that's often referred to by the initials OPU.
Yes, sir.
So you're typically based out of Quantico in the lab. Describe what you do in your specific position.
Sure. I'm a scientific and professional photographer.
What does that mean?
Basically photograph crime scenes, making quality photographs for significant events such as crime scenes, agent-involved shootings, and we do site surveys for planning for emergency response.
Tell the jury how you first got started in the field of photography.
Sure. My photography career started in the U.S. Air Force, where I've been professionally trained in photography, videography, graphic design. I've also done multimedia and various other visual information related tasks.
How long were you in the Air Force?
I was in the Air Force 21 years. I retired.
And during that entire time, you were working and learning in the area of videography and photography?
Yes, also photojournalism, anything that was behind a camera or using a camera.
When you left the Air Force after 21 years, what did you do?
Yes, I worked at the Associated Press as a photo editor where I monitored and reviewed thousands and thousands of pictures for AP News using AP resources to make sure the stories and the photos matched.
And then from a work history standpoint, after working at AP, where did you go?
I was hired by Nikon, the camera company, where I provided professional support to photographers, education, created curriculum for consumers and professionals for Nikon School, and I made marketing materials and education materials for the products.
Did you, during the time you were at Nikon and since coming to the FBI in the lab, receive additional training?
Yes, after coming to the FBI, I've attended the evidence response team course, which is how to handle evidence and process it. I've also taken many other workshops and classes in multimedia to stay on top of the latest technology and software. And those include classes like at LinkedIn Learning.
Judge, I would move to have the court recognize Mr. Suman as an expert in photography and multimedia visual aids.
No voir dire, no objection.
All right, he will be qualified as an expert in those fields.
What's your proper title?
I'm a scientific and technical photographer.
That's long. I will just stay with Mr. Suman. I wanted to make sure that I shouldn't be calling you Agent Suman or something
No, I am
like that.
not. I'm a professional staff employee.
Okay. How did you first become involved in this case?
I was provided, first I was first deployed as the lab reconstruction shooting team. We work independent of the local FBI offices, which sends an ERT team to do the evidence collection. We deploy as a team to fully document the crime scene using advanced techniques.
So let's start with, you mentioned the local team, the ERT team. That's the evidence response team.
Yes.
What is their primary responsibility?
Their job is to collect evidence from the scene and fully document the scene and make sure that all collected items are properly logged, inventoried, and transported to secure facilities.
And those are local teams out of like the Denver office.
Yes.
With respect to the laboratory shooting reconstruction team or the LSRT that you were deployed as a part of, are they always deployed from Quantico where the lab is?
Yes.
Why is that?
All the resources for this type of operation are home based there, if you will. We have teams not only from my office, but we also have individuals who do the examination of trajectory. We also have individuals who travel for us, who keeps us safe and make sure that we can perform our jobs. And we work independently of the ERT team. The ERT team is there doing their job while we work in and around this group to collect the proper documentation for our purposes.
So you started to talk about some of the different positions, I think, on the LSRT, the lab shooting reconstruction team. With respect to that team, can you just run through like what types of people are the members of that team? Like what different roles are there on that team?
Sure, of course, I'm a photographer. We also have individuals who do 3D scanning. So they will come in and scan the scene. We do precision measurement. So if you've ever driven on the highway and you've seen the surveying equipment, so we use precision measurement tools to measure evidence in relationship to the space that the scene took place in. And we also have individuals who I work with to photograph their findings of any evidence of a skip, impact, or hole from some type of projectile or tool.
So this team that's doing the shooting reconstruction is really looking for any evidence of where projectiles passed through or bounced off of, or any location with evidentiary value to that determination.
Yes.
And then there are different parts of the team that are documenting the precise location of a hole or an impact, photographing the exact nature of that particular defect. Each team member is doing their own unique little part.
Yes.
And then at the end, the person working on the trajectory takes all of that information, including your photographs, the laser measurements and scans, and puts it all together to make determinations where they can with respect to the trajectory of rounds fired.
Yes.
You were on scene as part of that LSRT from March 23rd through March 29th, processing this crime scene.
Yes.
Why did it take almost a week for the team that you were on to process this scene?
Well, as you can imagine, this is a large location, so we work, because the scene is quite large, we have to make sure that we are working not only in conjunction with the ERT team, but my method obviously takes time. 3D scanning takes time. Measurements take time. So it's a kind of a dance, if you will, an organized dance to make sure I'm not in somebody's scan, somebody's not in my.
Are you comfortable talking about the difference between the scans that I think you're referring to, like a laser scanner with Faro, and the 360 spherical photography?
Yes.
Explain those two things to the jury.
Sure. 3D scanning is basically a device that sits on a tripod and it scans the room. It scans in a 360 circle, and its intention is to, if you've ever seen video games or any movies, they do a 3D scanning of that to make a 3D model in the computer. So the data collected from a Faro scanner is a 3D scan of the environment that it's in, and then the computer later makes it into a digital mesh or graphic that can be manipulated in the computer so you can freely move around at any point in time. The 360 photography, if you're familiar with Street View, you can drop a pin on a map and then you can click that pin and then you're suddenly in this location as a photo. But unlike a regular picture, the 360 photo allows you to move around freely, so you can, look around. You can zoom in some cases, you can click another location, and then you're transported virtually to that location and you can look around. Similar to a house tour if you're looking for a house online or doing a vacation trip. We create that type of content for major crime scenes.
And just to be clear, the first Faro scan that you talk about, that's not a picture driven. It's more of it's a laser measurement system where it's spinning and bouncing a laser off of everything in the room in order to create the image.
Yes.
So you were here working the scene as a photographer with the specialized unit for about a week. Did your involvement in this case end at that point?
No.
What were you asked to do after you returned back to your lab?
I was asked to review camera video from the store, body-worn camera, and any other video, maybe from exterior of the building, and possibly put together a timeline, if you will, a visual reference that shows the activity over time on a map.
Long process, but kind of describe how it starts with all the video that was collected on scene from King Soopers and all the other sources. Where does it go first before it comes to you?
Before it comes to me, we have another unit who specializes in taking that data. These cameras that capture this video use a special format for security reasons, and then it's recorded on some type of device. We have an organization called Operational Technology Unit, or TD, division, I believe it is. They take that data and they take it off that device, and then they make it into a format that I can use for video editing. My format is different than what those cameras can create.
So they're trying to remove it from that proprietary software that you said is for security. Describe why they would use proprietary software in order to have surveillance video.
I'm not an expert in that area. I just know that it is taken off this device that I cannot use. The video format is not usable to me, so it has to be translated into a format that I can use to put together this story.
Okay. So they sift through in a different division all the video and convert it into a format that is then usable by you, not having to deal with the proprietary viewer.
Yes.
In this particular case, can you give us an estimate on the amount of video that you were provided after that first division went through it?
Sure. As you can imagine, it's a full day, so the video runs continuously. So the unit basically takes the video that was in the approximate, I guess, within the window of the scene, and then they take that data out and they provide that to me as converted files. So they basically take the full video and slice out just the time of interest, if you will.
Do you have any idea how many videos?
Approximately 80 different clips, if you will.
And then throughout the process, as you continued to build your product out, did you learn that there was some video they didn't provide to you from that division, like the overhead HD of all of the check stands?
Yes.
And then you were provided that video at a later date to incorporate into your product?
Yes.
So we're talking about a significant amount of video that you were handed and asked to process.
Yes.
Tell the jury what the first thing you.
Sure. I think we've all made videos on our phone. So you have a video on your phone that's from one point to another, we'll say 1 minute. This video that is captured on these devices in your convenience stores or gas stations, those videos have, the video cameras specifically have a motion detector on them. So if you can imagine, if you were to record all day video, that would be a tremendous amount of information. So to minimize the amount of data that has to be recorded, because there's limited space for these videos to live on, if you will. These cameras have a motion detector on them, and these motion detectors basically change how often the camera takes a picture. So if there's no motion, there's less pictures. So there's no reason to take, 10 minutes of video if there's nothing happening in the video. So that video that time is compressed by taking less pictures. But when there's motion, if somebody or something disrupts that motion detector, the camera starts recording at normal speed. So when I received the videos, the video, we'll just say 1 hour of video for me was really maybe 2 hours of video of content captured. So when there's no motion, the video runs fast. And you can tell by looking at the clock, each video has a little timestamp on it. That timestamp runs fast when there's no motion. When there's motion, the timestamp runs 1 second for 1 second. So the issue is each camera with its own unique motion detector has a different speeds throughout the time. So if an aisle has nobody on it or a driveway has nobody on it, that video just runs faster. When there's something that's in the frame, then it runs real time. So what happens is that in 1 hour video, you have these chunks of time that change. The problem is if I try to line up all these videos from different cameras with this type of technology, then there's a time mismatch, and it's really difficult to try to make a certain video align with another because the clocks run differently. So I had to put all the video in real time, meaning the videos that were running fast. I used the word stretch, but in the editing software, the video's still there, but it makes the clock run real time as opposed to running fast. So what I end up with, if I want an hour or 2 hours worth of video, I get 2 hours of video. I don't get 1 hour compressed or 2 hours compressed into 1 hour.
Now, just to be clear, when you're going through this process, you're not adding anything or taking anything out of the video.
No, I'm actually working from the source video. Video editing software is kind of magic in the fact that it looks at the original content, but you're not, I don't want to use the word manipulate, but you are adjusting what you need to make the edits in, but it's always looking at the original video. So the original video never changed. What I created was a timeline that ran 1 minute for 1 minute, no matter where it was in the video.
Let me give it a shot and see if I'm understanding it right. A video is nothing but a series of pictures,
Yes.
correct? And depending on how frequently those pictures are taken, you get this frame rate where it can either be real time, that's going very fast, and so you're only taking a picture less often, and that's to save space.
Yes.
When you do what you do to try and put them all on one time system, one universal, when you say real time, you're talking like 1 second equals 1 second.
Yes.
1 second on the video equals 1 second in real time.
Yes.
What you do is you just have a photo in that video stay on the frame for a period of time until the next photo is taken.
Yes. The computer, it makes, the computer knows that it's supposed to have 30 frames, but there's only 5 frames to work with. So some of the frames tend to overlap, if you will.
But again, you're not taking anything out or adding anything. It's the original video. It's just putting it onto a time system so that you can compare any point in time on any video and get to the same place on all the videos.
Yes.
How long did that process take?
Takes a long time. I have to review all the videos. I have to find the segments where this time mismatch is due to the clock running fast in parts where there's no motion, to areas that has regular video with people or individuals or objects moving and the clock's running 1 second for 1 second. So it varies in different video clips. Each clip, there were some clips where there's a lot of motion, so I did less of it there, but I still had to find the gaps to, the goal was to put everything in real time. To answer your question, it probably took me 8 months to do that because the pure volume of videos, but I also have to put that in with my other task as my job.
So you take all of this video and you get it all on a standardized, universal, all the times match now.
Yes.
What is the next thing that you start to work on, or what are you looking to build from that?
Sure. The original objective is to put together a map, if you will, that shows where people, objects are in any period of that time. In order to do that, they make software to do this, to make a map. So we watch TV in a screen that's either 1080 or 4K. So I made a map that was bigger than that and gave it a time. So I gave it 1 hour time. So the purpose of making the map bigger than the videos, and I can move the map, meaning that if I need to show a particular place, I can move the map to that place, or I can zoom the map to make it where I can see more of the map, or I can zoom in closer to see a specific point in time. So once I have the animation timeline built, I can now give it time code. And if I give it time code and the video has a physical time code written into the video, I made a digital time code as well. So that allows me to move to any specific time. If somebody asks, hey, what's happening at this time? I go find it in the animation, move the animation playhead to that point, find the video, find that point in time, and then put my reference points on the map to match what I visually located on the video, and it's approximate.
So when you say so you're looking at a particular point in time and you're putting your reference points on there, you actually are placing markers within your graphic map. What type of markers were you asked to put on your map in this case?
So in order to map where individuals or objects are, you have to give it a label. So I use dot references to do that, to represent individuals. I use a color coding to individualize what type of dot you're looking at. And then I use labels to identify what the dot represents.
So what you described initially, pretty simple, of you look at all these videos and you determine that this particular individual is at this location on the map based on all these videos showing them there, and you put them on the map.
Yes.
product you created actually has the ability to show their movement on the map. Describe how you used all of the videos and the various places that people were located in order to create that movement.
Sure. After all the videos are in the same time, it has a digital time stamp in it that matches the clock. So if you see a number in the clock, I have a digital number I can search. So when I was presented the opportunity to find an individual, I find that individual in the video and I gave them a label on the map and I indicate that time. So I find where that individual moves through other videos. So it may be one or more video. If they went from, say, a doorway to another doorway, 2 minutes later, I go 2 minutes later and I find that video until I can clearly identify him based on the description provided to me to identify this individual. I move the dot to this location in the animation. And because the animation has a timeline as well, I move its position to the same time of where the person appears 2 minutes later. The computer then, it's called animation tweening, if you will. It makes up the frames that will move the dot from one point to the other. Now, where the dot moves as a straight line normally, I can bend that curve to prevent the collision of a dot into a wall, for example. Obviously, we don't walk through walls, neither should the dot, so I made it animate around the wall, for example.
In this case, there was a massive amount of video from the vast majority of locations in the store, correct?
Yes,
So you were able to place your dots with some precision. You didn't have to like place a dot here and then a mile away was the next time you saw it on video. It was more, you would see the person on video and then they might move to here on a different video or be picked up on a different camera angle. And so the computer would help you generate, if it wasn't on video from this point to this point, how I got here with the time frame it took me to get here.
yes,
And based on all of the information, you were able to create an accurate representation of where all the individuals that we were interested in were on your map and their movements.
I would say approximate because there's variance in the time of the cameras themselves. You know, people walk at different paces. I'm not an expert on, strides. Basically, it's an approximation.
And well, let's use an example. There are some locations in the store where there are not cameras.
Yes,
Some locations that the defendant went in the store that just weren't covered by any camera out of all the cameras available.
yes,
And so at that point, you would see him on camera before he entered one of those like blank zones. And you could put him there, correct?
repeat the question, please.
So you would see him on a camera immediately before entering an area where there was no video coverage in the store.
Yes,
And then there's no video coverage, but he comes out on this side where there is coverage again. You were able to place him there.
yes, but I would use the time code as that reference. If he moved from here to here, and it's say 10 seconds, the computer makes that difference up. It appears to be approximated a 10-second move.
But the point is, there wasn't video in this section because there's no cameras covering it. But you're looking at everything to make sure it makes sense. Like I couldn't have gotten from here to over here in like half a second, right?
Yes,
So you're looking at it to see there may be a small window where there's not video in a particular area, but does it make sense when somebody is on camera, goes off camera and comes back on camera?
yes,
And then by that, you're able to create the product that you did showing the movement in the locations.
yes.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Suman, I've handed you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 30 for identification. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, that is a thumb drive which contains the final results of my efforts.
And you made a massive product and then ultimately worked to take the sections that needed to be shown to the jury here and put them into PowerPoint or put them into a format that they could be put into PowerPoint slides.
Yes.
Is everything on People's Exhibit 30 fair and accurate representations of your work, both with respect to the video and the graphic animations?
Yes, I reviewed it this morning,
And you know you reviewed it this morning on that thumb drive. How?
on a computer provided by your office.
Did you do anything to the thumb drive to let you know that was the same thumb drive you looked at?
I initialed it.
Judge, I would move to admit into evidence People's Exhibit 30.
Do either of you wish to voir dire?
Judge, no voir dire, no objection.
All right, thank you. It's admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
I think if it's, why don't we take our morning break? It's been about an hour and a half. Okay. So let me go through the admonition. We're going to have our recess for the morning, reminding you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means, includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. Don't read or listen to any news reports. Don't consult any outside references. Don't look at the internet. Try to figure out anything about anyone. And finally, remember, it is especially important you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is submitted to you. All right, it'll be about a 15-minute break. All right, we'll bring the jury in. Mr. Subin, if you could move that mic actually a little bit to your right, it'll pick you up a bit better when you turn to the jury. Thank you. Perfect.
Your Honor. Investigator Cantu is going to be the next witness. When she testifies, we're not going to want the exhibit broadcast over the live stream.
All right, please be seated. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Kuffner.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Subin, we were just starting to publish People's Exhibit 30. And just to be clear, People's Exhibit 30 actually contains 89 slides, PowerPoint slides, correct?
Yes.
And this is something that you assisted in creating so that instead of watching however many hours of video 80 cameras would generate over an hour incident or so, potentially hundreds of hours of video. It's something that you have distilled down into these 89 slides with your product.
Yes.
Judge, if we could put up the screens. All right, Mr. Subin, can we just start with, there's actually an orange handled pointer there, if it would be of assistance. And just describe what this first slide in People's Exhibit 30 is.
Sure. This slide basically is the end product of all the effort. It comprises of a graphic file on the left. This is that large file that I told you I created. It's an illustration that's based on scan data from our unit. Was presented this as the map to use. On the right side, you will see video. The video itself, this video here is from across the street. And to assist in attributing that camera angle's view, I put a kind of a very light area, if you will, that shows the approximate angle of that camera's view, meaning that the edge of the frame goes to the edge of the building approximately in that location. So as the video plays and the camera view changes on the right, you'll see those little triangles, polygons, and squares change locations. Depending on how close you are to the map, you'll see it in more detail than you do others. But that's what this video product comprises of. The top left has this time code that we talked about. So this is the time code for the graphic file itself. So as the video progresses in time, that clock will count up. That will be pretty close within a margin of error because of the cameras that were used. They will be in sync with the video time code as well. So if we go to a moment in time and we look at something, that clock on the top left will match the video file clock as well.
And your real time, the time that you have created, your universal timestamp for all the videos and your graphic, that is when it says 14/24/30/00 for non-military, non-law enforcement. We're talking about 2:24 and 30 seconds on the afternoon of March 22nd, 2021.
Yes.
So this is about, little less than 5 minutes before the incident begins. And this is where you started with the presentation.
Yes.
I'm going to start to play this and then probably pause it and have you talk about a few things. So we see in the video a black car turning into the lot. It has a white circle around it. Tell the jury what the white circle means.
Sure. In this particular moment, the white circle will illustrate the defendant's movement throughout the video.
And with respect to the orientation shading on your map, can you tell us where this particular camera is, that the video that's showing on the right, where that camera is located?
Yes, what you're looking at is this mild triangle, if you will, this shaded area is the approximate angle of view of this camera. And this camera is located, I believe that is the east entrance, just above its doorway. This camera moves. So as the camera moves here, that triangle will also move to show its area coverage.
So anytime we're trying to figure out where the video is from or what camera the video is from, when the video is playing on the right, we can look to the left on the map and it will give us an approximation of where that camera is covering.
Yes.
So I'm going to pause it again. We now have a red circle with nothing in it moving down the aisle in the parking lot at King Soopers. Tell the jury about that red circle with nothing in it.
As mentioned earlier, I used the videos to determine where any individual is in time. So where the circle was white, I can clearly see the individual. That was the last moment of time I can see it. And then the next time I could see it is later in time. The red circle here represents a moment in time that the camera did not capture any information. So this is a still frame from some moment after the vehicle disappeared in the frame. I don't know where this video frame came from, but it's just a part of the video process of the file I received. So the flyout circle you have here is just a magnification of its approximate location in this moment of time. So to help illustrate these frames of this type, I used a red circle to approximate that location based on video where I can see the individual and the video where maybe where the last moment I saw him to the next moment I see him again.
So with respect to the blow up circle underneath the video, it has a fuchsia colored marker on it. What does that denote?
That fuchsia color represents the defendant.
Now, as I continue to play this, you will see the vehicle miraculously appear traveling in the area where the red circle is now. Just if you can just explain exactly how that happens, where there's no vehicle there and it's a red circle, and then it turns to a white circle and the black Mercedes appears.
So the white circle is basically representing the moment that the video has seen the car. I cannot explain why there is a missing frame. That frame is just part of the video file I received, but it was stretched as part of that process I explained earlier to accommodate the clock moving in real time.
So this would be perhaps a good example of the camera across the street, wherever there needed to be motion to trigger that camera to go to that real-time recording isn't triggered during this initial period. And so we just have a picture, I guess, or a frame where it's frozen, where it's taken that before the vehicle moves into position and it holds that. And then once it takes the next picture, the vehicle is further down than further down the aisle.
Yes.
So we've seen the fuchsia dot move into the location where the black vehicle is parked. And next to it, there is a white van. That white van has an orange marker in the area that would represent the driver's seat. Tell the jury what that means.
Yes, in this instance, the orange dot represents an individual that you have identified, the DA's office identified to me as one of the victims who will be shot.
Now, during this time period, the defendant remains in the vehicle for right around 5 minutes, approximately 5 minutes. And these are just videos that you have shown, indicating again on your map where the cameras are located, of what's going on in the store while he's sitting in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
Yes,
This is prior to starting the tracking of any of the identified victims in the case.
yes.
There's the service van he parked next to on that panning camera on the video.
Yes.
And at some point before he leaves his vehicle, you start to track every one of the victims that you were able to identify on video on your map, correct?
Yes, your office provided me names of individuals to track. I reviewed different videos to identify these individuals based on description provided to me, and then plotted them on the map using the various camera angles that I could identify them in.
And that's already occurred on here. We've started to see markers appear, and I think it's hard to see. So I'm going to actually zoom in. Still not, unfortunately, I can't zoom any more than that on this particular slide, but can you just walk through the jury what they're seeing now that there are markers appearing on your map?
Yes, you will see that there are orange dots, yellow dots, and a lime green color. Those identify different individuals. The orange dots represent individuals who will be shot and killed. The yellow dots represent individuals the DA's office provided me to track, who are named individuals for attempted murder. The lime dot represents individuals who are neither named a individual shot or part of the attempted charges.
And again, we see people moving about according to the locations as identified on the video. We see the green dot coming out the east entrance and moving towards the outside of the vestibule. You see other individuals moving around in the front of the store. In your product, you have the ability to zoom in, and in many of these, as we move through this was really this first slide designed to just be an overview of that initial 5 minutes in the parking lot. As we move on, there'll be zooms and pans on your map in order to give the jury an opportunity to actually read the names of the victims and get a clearer picture inside the store.
Right. This first 5 minutes was just to fill the time. Obviously, things were happening in the supermarket. So I animated this and left it wide just so you could see the full scene.
And when you say the full scene, you were looking to be able to incorporate in your map, not only the location of the defendant and his vehicle in the parking lot, but all the individuals inside the store. So it was difficult to really zoom in at any significant level.
Yes.
We see people continuing to move about. Again, the video continues to play to the right. And I'm going to move on to the next slide. Is this one of those examples of where you've zoomed in and created a still of your animation to show the location of individuals at this point in time?
Yes.
What time was this particular image, or what time were the individuals in these locations?
Based on the video references of several video files, looking at individuals where I could clearly identify them based on the notes provided to me, this is 2:24:30, which is 2:24 in the afternoon. The 30 represents seconds and the last number represents frames. So this is 2:24.
So at 2:24:30, this still shot indicates that victim Julie Keaton, victim Kajendra Mala are both at register 12 assisting Lynn Murray.
Yes.
And again, this is all based on what you observed in the many videos that you sifted through, sorted through, and reviewed in order to place these folks at these locations.
Yes.
Again, we have a zoom at this point of the parking lot where the defendant is next to the service vehicle where the first victim was killed. And to demonstrate the zoom animation, on what I just played, that initial marker turned from a circle to a blue oval. What were you denoting in your graphic whenever you changed a circle from the original color of orange to that blue oval?
Sure. The blue oval represents the moment in time that the individual was shot and killed. That information was given to me by the investigator.
Judge, with respect to this witness, I have no further questions.
Any questions?
Judge, no cross-examination.
All right, thank you. You may be excused, and may he be released from the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay, and you're released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Your Honor, the people call Sarah Cantu to the stand.
Counsel, if you can approach, I just need some clarification.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
My name is Sarah Cantu, Cantu.
Can you please walk the jury through your professional background and experience?
Sure. I was hired by the Boulder Police Department in January of 2001. They put me through a police academy at Arapahoe Community College. And after successful completion of the police academy and receiving my post certification, I came back to Boulder, attended a mini academy. So at the police academy, you learn how to be a cop in Colorado, a Boulder police or a Colorado police officer. At the mini academy, you learn policies and procedures and municipal code for Boulder specifically. After the mini academy, I did a 14-week field training program where I was paired with a senior officer who evaluated everything I did for those weeks. And eventually, after completing that program successfully, I was released and became a solo officer. I worked patrol for the rest of that year, so all of 2001 until December of 2010. Most of my career was nights and weekends. I did do a year as a DUI officer, and I did a year and a half, about 2 years, as a plainclothes officer on the target crime team. In 2010, I applied for, tested, and was selected as a detective for the investigations section. I became a general crimes detective in January of 2011 and remained in that position investigating crimes involving property until October of 2013. And at that time, I became a major crimes detective. And I remained in that position until late November of last year, November of 2023, at which time I retired from the Boulder Police Department and came to the district attorney's office here as a senior investigator.
Thank you. You mentioned working in the major crimes unit as a detective for those years before you retired from Boulder PD. Can you tell the jury what that means in terms of what kinds of cases and what your work involved on a daily basis, please?
Yes. So as a major crimes detective, I investigated crimes involving people. A majority of my caseload was sexual assault and death investigations, but I also worked robberies, physical assaults, assaults with weapons, and other crimes involving weapons. Kind of as the name indicates, we investigated the major cases that came in to Boulder County. My day would revolve around a case would be assigned to me. I would interview witnesses, victims, suspects. I would write reports based on that. I would write affidavits for search warrants and arrest warrants. Any information that came in, I would review and I would build a case. And if charging was appropriate, I would author an arrest warrant and then follow that case through prosecution.
And then you left the Boulder Police Department in November of last year to join the district attorney's office.
That's correct.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a district attorney investigator in the DA's office?
As a district attorney investigator, I assist more on the back end, post-arrest investigations, and assist with preparing for trial. We also do other investigations that may come in that require the district attorney's office to work on.
Were you working as a detective for major crimes at the Boulder Police Department in March of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And were you part of the law enforcement response to King Soopers on March 22nd, 2021?
I was.
Just briefly tell the jury what your involvement in that initial response included.
It was a normal day of work for me. So when the call came out that there was an active shooter, I responded to the scene with 4 other detectives. By the time we got there, we handled a perimeter position. So we were maintaining a perimeter around the scene. We remained in that position until the defendant was taken into custody, at which time we all transferred into an investigative mode. We left the scene and started the investigation process.
And for the record, that's the King Soopers located at 3600 Table Mesa Drive in Boulder County, Colorado.
It is, yes.
And you mentioned switching to an investigatory capacity after leaving the scene. What do you mean by that?
So when we were on scene, we had very focused responsibilities. We were a perimeter unit. we wanted to know who was coming in and coming out of that scene. When we left the scene and began the investigative process, at that point, I was assigned as a liaison to the Boulder County investigative team. And all of us got assignments to where we were assigned either interviews, crime scene, speaking with the involved officers, gathering evidence from involved officers, and working with the teams. There were a lot of officers that were there, so it was working with all of the teams together.
On March 22nd of 2021, approximately how many detectives and investigators responded either from the Boulder Police Department or other agencies to work on the investigation?
I don't know if I know a clear number. There were people there from Boulder PD, even detectives that were not on duty responded. Boulder County Sheriff's Office was there. Longmont PD had detectives there. Erie, Louisville, Lafayette, CUPD had detectives. CBI came out, FBI came out, ATF, and Secret Service.
And did that continue over the days that followed?
Yes,
Where were the investigators working out of during that period of time?
out of the training rooms at the Boulder Police Department.
How long did the first phase of the investigation go for?
I believe it was about 2 weeks.
How was the investigation divided up over those initial 2 weeks?
It was divided into work groups. So some people were doing witness interviews and following up on any tips that came in. And those would include victims of people that were in the store. Some people were at the crime scene and doing crime scene investigation out at the scene. There were people that were working on digital evidence, so cell phones, computers, all of that sort of stuff. There were people interviewing the officers that were involved, that were in the scene throughout the event. People were doing background investigation on the defendant, doing neighborhood canvases on the defendant's residence, as well as the neighborhood around the scene on Table Mesa.
So different teams for each topic area as part of the investigation.
Correct.
And after that initial 2-week period, did the investigation continue beyond that?
Yes.
But during that initial 2 weeks, all these agencies have investigators and detectives working out of the Boulder Police Department.
That's correct.
How long would you say the investigation went on for, even beyond that 2-week period?
Until just recently. I mean, it'll continue as any new information comes in, we'll investigate it. But a majority of the information was in the initial phases. However, we continued to get new information even in July of this year.
And the jury is hearing parts of each one of the topic areas that you've discussed here.
That's correct.
Who was assigned as the lead investigator on the criminal investigation and prosecution?
I was.
And when did that take place?
I was assigned in the early morning hours of March 23rd, 2021, before I went home.
And have you been the lead investigator on the case since March 23rd, all the way up to and including today?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe for the jury your work on this case in the year since it happened?
Yes, I've reviewed all of the information that's come in. So police reports, surveillance footage, body cam, in-car camera, all of that information I've reviewed. All of the interviews I've either watched videos of or read reports documenting. I've participated in interviews of victims and witnesses. I wrote the affidavit for arrest warrant. I've written many police reports related to this case. There's been a lot over the last 3.5 years. That's what I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay, and we're going to go through all that and some more as we go through your testimony this morning.
Okay.
And as your understanding, you're going to be testifying 2 or 3 times during the course of this trial, with this being your first.
That's correct.
And from your work on the case from day one all the way through to today, are you familiar with the 10 victims of murder?
I am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as people's 42 through 51 for identification. Do you recognize what those are photographs of?
I do.
And what are they?
These are photographs of the murder victims.
We're going to go through each one in just a moment, but do those photos fairly and accurately depict how they looked when they were alive? And these are photos provided to you in the district attorney's office by family members and loved ones for each victim.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 42 through 51 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And I'm going to ask you just a few questions about each one, okay?
Okay.
And we could turn on the screen, Your Honor, and publish 42, please. Who is this?
This is Nevin Stanisic,
How old was Nevin Stanisic when he was killed?
23,
And do you know where Nevin was living?
Lakewood.
He was living with his family.
He was, yes.
How was Nevin Stanisic employed when he was killed?
He worked for KD Service Group.
Do you know what he was doing at King Soopers that day?
I do. He was working, KD Service Group is a restaurant equipment sales. They do sales, repair, and maintenance. And he was at the store at the Starbucks working on the espresso machine.
And for each one of the victims, I'm going to also ask, were their family members interviewed by law enforcement at some point during the course of the investigation?
Yes,
And have you met many of their family members during the course of this investigation and prosecution?
yes.
We're going to turn to Exhibit 43. Who do we have in Exhibit 43, Investigator Cantu?
This is Kevin Mahoney,
How old was Kevin Mahoney when he was killed?
61.
And what was Kevin Mahoney doing at King Soopers that day?
He was shopping.
Do you know where Mr. Mahoney was living
He was living in South Boulder.
with his family?
Yes.
And how was he employed, if you know?
He was retired.
We're going to turn to Exhibit 44. Who do we see in Exhibit 44, Investigator Cantu?
This is Trelona Bartkowiak,
How old was Trelona Bakowiak when she was murdered?
49.
What was she doing at King Soopers that day?
She was shopping to pick up things for her fiance who was feeling ill.
To your knowledge, what was Trelona Bakowiak doing for work at that point in her life?
She owned a shop just off of Pearl Street,
So
clothing store.
where did Trelona Bakowiak live?
She lived in Louisville.
And turn to Exhibit 45. Who do we see in Exhibit 45, Investigator Cantu?
Ricky Olds,
How old was Ricky Olds when she was murdered?
she was 25.
What was Ms. Olds doing in King Soopers that day?
She was working.
And do you know where Ms. Olds was living at the time?
She was living in Lafayette.
And have you had the opportunity to meet the family of Ms. Olds?
I have, yes.
Going to turn to Exhibit 46. Who do we see on the screen in Exhibit 46?
This is Denny Stong,
How old was Denny Stong when he was murdered?
20.
Where was Denny Stong living?
He was living in South Boulder with family.
How was he employed at the time he was killed?
He worked maintenance at King Soopers at that store.
Was he working on that day?
He was not.
Exhibit 47, who do we see in this picture?
This is Lynn Murray,
How old was Lynn Murray when she was killed?
62.
Where was Ms. Murray living at the time of this incident?
In South Boulder with family.
Do you know what Ms. Murray was doing at King Soopers that day?
She was working.
For whom?
She worked for Instacart and was shopping for other people.
And have you had the chance to meet Ms. Murray's daughter and other family members?
I have.
We turn to Exhibit 48. Who do we see in Exhibit 48, Investigator Cantu?
Terry Liker,
How old was Terry Liker when she was killed?
51.
Where was Terry Liker living at the time of her murder?
In South Boulder.
Who was she living with?
I believe her family.
And have you met her parents?
I have.
And what was Terry Liker doing at King Soopers that day?
She was working as a courtesy clerk.
I'm going to turn to Exhibit 49. Who do we see in Exhibit 49?
This is Jody Waters,
Same sort of questions here. How old was Ms. Waters when she was killed?
65.
Where was Jody Waters living?
South Boulder.
And have you had the opportunity to meet some of her family members?
Yes.
Exhibit 50, who do we see?
Suzanne Fountain,
How old was Suzanne Fountain at the time of the mass shooting?
59.
Where was Suzanne Fountain living?
Broomfield, Colorado.
And what was she doing at King Soopers that day?
She was shopping. Her partner had a medical procedure the next day, so she was preparing for that.
And do you know how Ms. Fountain was employed?
She worked as a Medicare insurance agent.
And then Exhibit 51, who do we see in this picture?
This is Eric Talley,
How old was Eric Talley at the time of his murder?
51,
Where was he living?
Littleton.
Was he living with family?
Yes,
And do you know how many kids Eric Talley had?
7.
Had you had the opportunity to work with Eric Talley?
Yes,
And that was during his time with the Boulder Police Department?
yeah, we worked together for 11 years.
Okay. And we could take down the screen, please. Fair to say there was a very lengthy investigation, as you've described, into this mass shooting.
Yes,
Any connection ever identified between the defendant and any of these people whatsoever?
none that we were able to find.
So each one of the murder victims was a complete stranger to the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
And I'm going to talk a little bit more about your work on the investigation, okay?
Okay.
In preparation for today, but also through the course of the investigation, you reviewed witness interviews, statements, reports, video recordings, and 911 recordings.
Yes,
And did you assist in reviewing and analyzing all the video that was collected in connection with the investigation,
I did. Yes,
including video from inside and outside the store, as well as body-worn camera video?
yes.
And for what reasons were you reviewing the video?
As part of the investigation to know what happened. And as we were going through, we knew that there were people that we had not identified that were victims or potential victims. So we watched it with an eye to identifying people that we had not yet talked to.
So can we break that down a little bit?
Sure.
Just tell the jury what that meant in the days that followed the shooting. You said identified people who were victims, or you saw people were victims that were not identified.
Right.
And then you would look to see if you could identify them. Can you tell the jury what you were doing?
So we were watching the footage to see where the shots were being fired, where the victims were, the deceased victims were in relation to where everybody else in the store was. And as we watched that, in the early days, I didn't have reports yet. So I was trying to go through and identify just on some handwritten sheets that investigators were using, if I had a named individual that survived that was in that line of fire of the individuals that did not survive.
And if you had someone who is not named or identified, what steps would you take?
We would reach out and do an interview with them. We would locate them and interview them.
And is it fair to say some people had escaped from King Soopers without their identification being provided to law enforcement?
Yes,
And then you would watch the video, see a person who is in or near the line of fire, and you would work to track down who those people were?
correct.
And how would you do that?
In some cases, we tracked them through the store to see what cars they got into and find license plates or partial license plates to identify the individuals. In some cases, we used the phone number that people put in for their shopper's card to track that back to find who that number associated with. If we talked to someone who said, I went to the store with my roommate and we only talked to one person, we'd track them down trying to find the second person.
So for example, if you saw someone in the video who dove to the ground, but later escaped without being identified or spoken with by law enforcement, you would track all their movements in an effort to figure out who that person was.
That's correct.
And then you'd reach out to them and interview them.
Correct.
How much video do we have in this case?
Hours and hours and terabytes. There's surveillance footage from inside the store. There's surveillance footage outside the store that's associated with King Soopers. There's surveillance that's associated with other stores and businesses and homes surrounding the store. We have body cam. We have in-car camera or dash cam. We have interview recordings. We have surveillance from the defendant's house and the neighborhood surrounding there. So there's hours and hours and hours of videos.
And as the lead investigator, have you reviewed all of this video?
Yes.
And you mentioned too, that I think the jury would know what you're talking about, but just to follow up, what do you mean by in-car cameras?
In-car cameras are also known as dash cams. They're mounted inside police patrol vehicles, both facing forward and facing back. Some cases, the ones that are rear facing face into the back seat where someone would be sitting. In other cases, they shoot all the way out the window. The view is all the way out the back window.
And body worn cameras?
Body worn cameras are just like they sound. They're fixed to the person of the officer. And at that time, I believe most of our patrol officers were wearing them, if not all of them were wearing them.
And we'll talk more about this the next time you testify, but just generally speaking, how do body worn cameras work?
So they can either be manually activated by a series of button pushing on the camera. Generally, it's worn at the center mass, the center of the body. And then you can manually stop them also. They can also be automatically activated with lights and sirens. Once the event is done, you can manually stop those cameras and then they would dock them in a charging station, at which time those videos would be uploaded to a secure cloud-based system.
Okay, and we're going to talk more about that a little later on. But for some of the body worn camera videos in this case, they were activated, the devices were activated when officers were turning on their lights and sirens.
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, all the video, everything you've just described was provided to the defense.
Yes.
In other cases we've worked, let's say a murder case, for example, if you had 2 security videos and 4 body worn camera videos that came from different officers that responded, would or have you in your experience provided all of that to the jury?
If it's smaller, probably not all of it, but portions of most of it.
And given the content of the videos in this case, rather than showing all those many videos from different perspectives, what have we done here?
We have created this master exhibit that shows portions of the whole scene throughout the entire event.
And the jury already heard from Mr. Subin, but have you been involved in and aware of the FBI working with the district attorney's office and the lead investigator to put together this one exhibit?
Yes.
And have you reviewed it with an eye towards all the other work you've done, the interviews, your review, your crime scene analysis, and so on?
Yes, I have.
And are you aware that there are a number of victims and witnesses who would strongly prefer not to see the video?
Yes,
And you're going to show the jury through the exhibit that Mr. Subin already put into evidence, different things that were collected as part of this investigation.
that's correct. Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Fair to say this exhibit is large in terms of computer storage?
It is. Yes.
And if we could publish for the jury, please. Mr. Subin just testified about this first picture we have on the screen here, but just to get the jury oriented to the work you've done in connection with this case, can you just tell us what we see of significance on this slide, please?
So one of the main areas of significance is the King Super store in the video portion of it. The red brick that you see kind of the corner of. Is it okay if I stand up?
Your Honor.
Yes, of course.
So in this video here, this corner is the northwest corner of the King Supers. So on the diagram, it would be this corner right here. This is Table Mesa going eastbound. This is Table Mesa going westbound. And this is the main driveway in, this is the west driveway into the King Supers parking lot. So the top of the screen is the south, the bottom of the screen is the north, east is on the left, and west is on the right.
The jury heard some testimony the other day from Sergeant Wise. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes,
And he testified about the defendant's car being seen going on to Gillespie Drive.
yes.
Where is Gillespie Drive on this exhibit?
So Gillespie Drive is on the south end of King Supers. It's right behind, but it kind of winds around. So you can actually access it from Table Mesa, but then it curves around the back of King Supers.
And you've seen the video and you're aware that the defendant's car was seen driving past King Supers and then making a left onto Gillespie Drive before returning to King Supers.
That's correct.
And that's what Sergeant Wise covered the other day.
Yes.
So I'm going to this is going to start to play here. I'm just going to let this play. The jury's already seen it, but I'm going to ask you just a few questions as we go through it.
Okay.
As we start to take the jury through this exhibit, is it consistent with everything else that you've seen and worked on in connection with the case?
It is, yes.
The fuchsia dot or purple dot represents who?
The defendant.
And the yellow dots the jury will see represent whom?
Victims of attempted murder.
The orange dots represent what?
Victims of murder.
And when they're orange, as we just saw in that picture there, what's their current state?
Living.
And after they're killed, what color do they become?
They become a light blue oval.
And here we see on the left-hand side of the screen, the purple dot in the black car and the orange dot in the white van.
Correct.
And who is in the white van?
Nevin Stanisic.
And as the video continues, do we see the KD service van at one point in the security video?
We do. It's right there.
And what was Nevin Stanisic doing at that point in time?
He was sitting in his driver's seat. He had a tablet, and he was on the phone with Johnny Shan.
And I'm going to move ahead here. So Mr. Subin touched on this, but I want to follow up with you as the lead investigator. We see the orange dots who represent people who are going to be killed.
Correct.
And then we have the yellow dots representing, as you said, victims of attempted murder.
Correct.
Can you just point to the different yellow dots and tell us who they represent?
At register 12, at the top here is Mahendra Malla. Below that dot is Julie Keaton. To the right is Kimberly Breckus. And they're at register 10 with Micah Hom. At register 9 are Tasia Beresford.
And then the lime green dot,
The lime green dot is Clint Ponsford, who was an employee.
and the yellow dots are individuals who you identified as being in or near the line of fire.
Correct.
And the lime green dot is someone who is not either fired upon or in the line of fire.
Correct.
And what do we see here in this slide?
So this slide is the animation of the parking lot. The black Mercedes with the defendant in the driver's seat, the white work van with Nevin Stanisic in the driver's seat.
What did the defendant do upon leaving his car?
He ran around the back of the vehicle and went between the passenger side of his car and the driver's side of the van and engaged with Nevin Stanisic, who was seated in the driver's seat of the van.
And what do you mean by engaged with?
He shot at
Where did he fire in terms of positioning on the van?
through the driver's side window.
And where and how was Mr. Stanisic positioned at that time?
He was in the driver's seat as anyone driving would be. He actually had his seatbelt on and was in that position.
And from your review of the video as well as the crime scene photos, did he have any opportunity to move or hide at that point?
No.
From how far away did the defendant shoot Mr. Stanisic?
It's very close. The distance between the two cars in a parking space plus the length of the rifle barrel.
How many times was Mr. Stanisic shot?
He was shot 5 times.
And he was the first murder victim?
He was.
What do we see in this video?
This is the camera across the street showing the defendant running around the back of the car between the two cars and then shooting into the driver's side window of the van.
And what about the woman on the right-hand side of the screen?
So she is reacting to what she's seeing. In this video, she was at the crosswalk preparing to cross the street. Whatever she sees or hears, she backs up, puts her hands towards her head and her mouth. She backs up further. She actually takes cover behind that light pole. And if we were to continue watching this, she would actually duck down behind that light pole.
And that raises a good point. Do we have audio from any of these security cameras? We have audio from the body worn cameras with law enforcement
That's correct.
and from the dash cams, but none from King Soopers or any other security video.
That's correct.
Do we have a zoomed in clip of what you just described?
Yes, we do.
And have you watched, it's fair to say you've watched this video many, many times.
Many times.
What can you see in that clip?
You can see the defendant around the back of the Mercedes. You can see him approach the window. You can see a person sitting in the seat inside the van. And then you can see the glass break and the person that was there is no longer visible.
Where did the defendant go from there?
From there, he ran east across the parking lot between vehicles.
And you said he ran.
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail what you saw?
No, I'm gonna object at this point. I believe the best evidence is the video. We are gonna watch the video.
Response.
Your Honor, Investigator Cantu's watched the video many, many times. These things happen very quickly. I think it's fair for her to briefly touch on what she's going to see to aid the jury in their understanding and their review of this.
Overrule.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So he moves very quickly eastbound. So to the left of the screen, the rifle is in a ready position with both hands on it as he is running. He is moving quickly.
For those that don't use firearms or are not as familiar with firearms, what do you mean by a ready position?
It is shouldered and it's ready to shoot. It is in a position where it's aimed.
Who was the next murder victim that the defendant encountered?
Kevin Mahoney.
Where was Mr. Mahoney at that point in time?
Mr. Mahoney was on so this is the west side of the parking lot. He was on the east side of the west side. He was between cars, returning his cart.
So we're going to take that in steps, and I'm going to show you this next animation.
Okay.
What does this represent?
This is the defendant running eastbound through the parking lot between the cars.
And then what do we see on the left-hand side of the screen?
On the left-hand side of the screen is Kevin Mahoney, who was in, so he was between the cars and then he runs out into what is the main entrance of the parking lot. So a street. The defendant stopped and braced on a parked vehicle and shot from a stable platform at Mr. Mahoney. At that time, Mr. Mahoney starts to run in the direction of the store. He runs southeast towards that east door, and the defendant chases him.
Two terms that you use that I just want to follow up on, if I may.
Okay.
Braced, what do you mean by braced?
So he stopped and he used the car to make a stable platform for shooting. He's not running, the muzzle isn't bouncing. He's got a stable platform for shooting.
And what's the reason to use a stable platform when you're firing?
Accuracy.
How many times was Mr. Mahoney shot?
He was shot 4 times.
And did he, from your review of everything, have any chance to escape?
No.
And do we have a video clip that captures part of what you just described for the jury?
Yes.
And for this next video, before I play it, was this a security camera that was panning from left to right?
Yeah, it was.
So what's the result in terms of what the jury is going to see?
So it's going to start, you will see a little bit of the screen as the camera pans, as the defendant runs eastbound across the parking lot. You will see Mr. Mahoney as he is kind of out. The only way I can term it is in no man's land. He's kind of in the middle of the road. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to hide behind. And then the camera keeps going as Mr. Mahoney, initially he ducks down with his hands up, but then as he stands up and starts to run, the camera pans past him, so we don't see the rest of that.
And the rest would be him running up and then ultimately being shot and killed.
Correct.
Before I hit play, what is the jury seeing in this photograph?
So this is that camera that is going to pan. Just about middle of the screen in the white circle is the defendant. At the far right end of the screen, you'll see the back end of a car. That's the car that he's going to use to shoot as a shooting platform, to shoot from. There will also be a white pickup that comes southbound between the defendant and Mr. Mahoney as he's shooting at Mr. Mahoney. We heard from Jesse Brown the other day. That's Jesse Brown leaving the parking lot. And right at this stop sign here, you're going to see a golden SUV. I think it was a RAV4 that makes a right or starts to make a right into the parking lot. That's Trelana Bartowiak's vehicle as she starts to pull into the parking lot.
Sorry. And that individual there who's ducking down and went to his knees is Kevin Mahoney.
Yes,
And from your review of the evidence and other video as well, Mr. Mahoney got back up and was able to actually run part of the way to King Supers.
yes, that's correct.
What did the defendant do as Mr. Mahoney was trying to run to King Supers?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
He chased him.
After chasing down and killing Mr. Mahoney, where did the defendant go from there?
He went towards the east. So for that east entrance of the store, there's a vestibule that has ramps leading both ways. There's a western entrance on the east side, and there's an eastern entrance. He runs towards that east, the western entrance of the eastern door.
Who was the next murder victim that he encountered?
Trelana Bartoviak.
What was she doing at that point, Investigator Cantu?
So I just told you that we saw that she makes the right turn or starts to make the right turn into the west side of that parking lot. She doesn't complete the turn. She backs up onto this main road here, and then she makes a left, and she actually pulls on to that ramp for the west entrance to the store. And she gets out of her car and tries to run up the ramp towards that entrance when she is shot.
And for some of these shootings, were you able to isolate and provide stills of things that were happening throughout?
Yes.
So what is the jury seeing on this screen?
So this is the defendant using that white car to shoot from. You can see the muzzle flash that is in the white circle. And then on the far right side, you can see Mr. Mahoney kind of starting to duck down, his hands by his head.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. And what is the jury going to be seeing in this graphic here?
This is going to be Trelana Bartoviak making that right turn, starting to make that right turn. And I believe it'll also show Mr. Mahoney as he is trying to run away, the defendant shooting him. The dot will turn blue, and then the defendant will focus on Trelana, who gets out of her vehicle. And as he closes, her dot will turn blue.
Do we know what the reason was that Ms. Barkowiak pulled into that area?
We don't.
What's the reason we don't know?
She can't tell us.
And let me hit play here. Is that car representing her car?
Yes.
And then we saw the point at which she was killed on the pedestrian ramp.
Correct.
And do we have video and still photos with regards to that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Before I hit play, just get us oriented to what this this screen, excuse me, is a little blurry and grainy. What is going to be seen on this particular video?
So this is Nevin's white van in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the white circle. The defendant is in that circle. He is going to continue east across the parking lot. You're going to see the gold SUV turn into, or start to turn onto this main road that is running east and west along the bottom left-hand corner of the screen.
That's her car there.
Yes.
So I'm going to return to this graphic and ask you, where did the defendant go after killing Trelona Bakoviak?
He went through that west entrance of the east door into the vestibule, which is on just below center of the left side of the screen. And then he goes into the store through that entrance.
And specifically, how did he kill Trelona Bakoviak in terms of number of shots and location of shots?
She was shot 2 times. One, she also had stippling on the side of her face, which indicated that it was at least.
Your Honor, 701.
Any response?
In your experience, I can lay a foundation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, she's not qualified as an expert.
Your Honor, I don't believe this is an area that requires expert testimony.
The 401, 403.
Sure. Investigator Cantu,
Yes.
is there security footage showing the defendant killing Trelona Bakoviak?
Yes.
How close was he to her when he shot her on the pedestrian ramp?
He was standing over her.
Thank you. And is that security video that the jury will be shown in another exhibit later in the trial?
Yes.
How old was Trelona Bakoviak?
49.
You mentioned the defendant then started to head to the east doors.
Correct.
And from your work on the case, what's happening inside the store at this moment in time?
Some people seem to know what's going on and have run. Others are not sure, and their attention is drawn to this east side of the store. Like I said, some people have already left. Some people have already run out of the scene, run out of the store, and are headed toward the south of the store. But people in front, these people in front didn't seem to recognize what was happening, though their attention was drawn to this east side.
And with this slide, I'm just going to ask you with the pointer, if you would, to walk us through for the jurors that may not be able to see the names, who is positioned where as the defendant's about to head to the east doors.
So the defendant is purple, is the purple dot. This is the east entrance. Just inside the east entrance is Denny Stong. A little bit further west is Ricky Olds. South of Ricky Olds is Angela Peacock. And then further west, along the front of the store at check stand 12, is Lynn Murray here and Alejandra Mala there. At register 10, which is further west, is Kimberly Breckus and Micah Hong. At register 9, which is again further west, is Tasia Beresford, Patrick Cruz, and Terry Laker.
And when the defendant enters the store, is he firing from east to west?
Yes.
And for a number of the victims, and we'll go through it, that were shot, did the bullets enter and then exit their body and continue west?
Yes,
And from your work on the case, were you able to identify victims of attempted murder who were either fired upon or in the line of fire?
yes,
And those are the individuals who appear in those yellow dots there.
that's correct.
And did you find damage or was damage found by the evidence response team as well as the crime scene analyst reflecting the rounds that continued on and nearly hit others in the front of the store?
Yes,
So Angela Peacock, for example, she's on the left side of the screen.
correct.
Where is she when the defendant opens fire inside those East doors?
So she is in the middle of the east side self-checkout. Just kind of in this position, she is directly behind Ricky Olds, but by the time he enters, she is diagonal southwest behind Ricky Olds.
And what is she wearing?
She's wearing a bright yellow, like traffic vest.
The bullet that hit Ricky Olds, did that travel out the back of Ricky Olds' body?
Yes,
And was that in the direction of where Angela Peacock was located?
yes.
How were you able to determine that, Investigator Cantu?
We watched the footage and we have seen the damage along the front of the store and the impacts that bullets that continued on made.
And she's the victim in count 11.
She is a victim. I don't know which count.
Okay.
But she is a named victim.
Kahendra Mala. Where is Kahendra Mala on the screen?
So he's at register 12. So he's the next yellow dot to the right or the west.
And where was he in terms of shots being fired from east to west by the defendant?
He was west of where the defendant was shooting from.
Also in the line of fire where bullets were passing by and ultimately ending up?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that as to Mr. Mala?
Again, based on damage in and around the front of the store. He's on that path.
And for the court reporter, I'm referring to count 14. Kimberly Breckus, where is Ms. Breckus here?
She's at register 10.
And where was Ms. Breckus when the shooter began firing from east to west across the front of the store?
She is west of him. And she's near the front, this front main east-west aisle at the front of the store.
And what was she doing at that point?
She was checking out her groceries.
Where was she in relation to the bullets being fired by the shooter?
She's in that same line, that same path.
And how do you know that?
From the crime scene and from reports.
Was there anything struck by a bullet directly near Ms. Breckus?
Yes,
What was that?
there are partitions. So because this was COVID, everything had those plexiglass partitions separating it. And there are partitions that were damaged from projectiles going through them.
And those are projectiles passing by these attempted murder victims.
Yes, that's correct.
Where is Ms. Breckus now?
She is deceased.
And to your knowledge, how did she pass away?
Section 41403.
What's her, why don't you come on up? Rephrase the question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Cantu, based on your work on this case, are you aware that Ms. Breckus passed away after this incident from natural causes not related to the shooting?
Yes,
Let's turn to Micah Huang. What was Micah Huang doing when the defendant started firing from east to west?
He was the cashier at register 10, and he was checking Kimberly Breckus, checking out her groceries.
And what led you to determine that Micah Huang was within the line of fire of those bullets going east to west?
Again, the crime scene investigation and the impact and the patterns from the trajectory investigation.
And that'll be information that the jury is hearing from another witness with the FBI?
Yes, that's correct.
And that includes damage to plexiglass, at register 7?
Yes.
Tasha Beresford, this is with regards to count 19. Where was Tasha Beresford when the shooter began firing east to west?
She was the cashier at register 9.
What was she doing when the shots began being fired?
She was checking out Patrick Cruz.
And Patrick Cruz was the older gentleman, and I'll come to him in a moment, actually, but the older gentleman who the jury heard from the other day.
That's correct.
And was she also downrange and in the line of bullets being fired in that direction?
Yes, she was.
With regards to Mr. Cruz, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about him before we move on. Was he interviewed a number of times about the incident of the King Soopers?
Yes, he was.
And when was the most recent time prior to him testifying at trial?
July 15th of this year.
And who met with him on July 15th of this year?
You and I.
Where was that interview conducted?
At your office here in the building.
And how did he appear on that date?
He appeared fine. He walked normally. He was not using a walker. There was nothing out of the ordinary when I saw him that day.
And when you met with him, or when we met with him on that day, did he have a chance to review the reports in which contained his interviews as well as the diagram that he had drawn?
He did, yes.
And what did he indicate about the reports in the diagram?
He indicated that they were as he remembered them when he gave them back in March of 2021.
And when Mr. Cruz came into court the other day, you mentioned he was using a walker.
Yes.
What was your reaction?
Objection 401, 403.
Sustained.
Did he appear different in court than he did just back on July 15th?
He did, yes.
With regards to Mr. Cruz, this harkens back to something you said earlier. How did you first come to identify Mr. Cruz as a victim of attempted murder?
So we watched the surveillance footage. We got some cameras sooner than we got others. So the cameras that are directly above the scenes, directly above the cash registers, we didn't get those until a couple of days later. We had all of the rest of the footage right after the shooting. When we watched all of the surveillance footage and saw him escorted out with law enforcement, and when we saw him go down in those overhead cameras, he gets down, he kneels down, then goes down, and he just lays there for a really long time. We recognized that he was in the store for a very lengthy period of time. As we were watching, like pretty much frame to frame to frame, we noticed that as he is going down, there are impacts, or there is an impact that goes through the plexiglass right behind his head. And that he just lays there for a really long time. So when we realize that he has been in the store, I then start going back to see who was interviewed, and if anyone kind of matches the description of what I've seen. Again, at that point, I didn't have reports. So I'm going off a handwritten notes that detectives that did the interviews made. And I determined that he was interviewed in an initial triage interview the night of the shooting, but it wasn't a thorough recorded interview like we would want for a named victim.
So what did you do then?
We requested that a team go out and interview him at his residence.
And did that happen?
It did.
I'm going to turn to the next slide here, and I'm going to ask you to tell the jury about Casey Taylor and Hayden Steele, who for the court reporter are counts 12 and 13.
So Casey Taylor, who is on the left with the cash in his hand, and Hayden Steele, who is on the right with the card in his hand. They are at self-checkout on the east end. There are 3 registers on both sides of that aisle. They are at the very first register on the west side of that east aisle. It's register 17. So they are checking out at that register. And again, they are diagonal behind where Ricky Olds was shot.
And also in the line of fire from projectiles fired by the defendant.
That's correct.
And the defendant entered through the east doors.
Yes.
Where was he in relation to Casey Taylor and Hayden Steele when the defendant came in the east doors?
He's again diagonal, maybe 20, as a guess, 20 feet away.
That brings us to this next still photograph. What do we see in this photograph?
So this is the east side of the store. So the red circle indicates that that is where the defendant will be seen. Those are the east doors coming into the store. Along the back wall is customer service. In the yellow is Angela Peacock. Slightly in front of her in the black jacket is Ricky Olds. And to the left of that is Denny Stong. So the cash register numbers are 22 and 21 and 19. Casey Taylor and Hayden Steele were at 17. So it's 2 up from there.
2 up, you mean up in what direction?
2 to the south of where 19 is.
So to the right of where we see 19 in the photo.
Correct.
If you have a good place to stop, you can keep going. Just pick it as we move along for our afternoon break.
Do you have a preference, Your Honor?
You just pick a spot.
Okay, thank you. And what time is it according to the timestamp in this photograph?
2:30:34.
So what does this this graphic or animation capture?
So this is going to show the defendant making entry into the store and the location of where everybody is as he makes entry. And this is 1 second before that. So this is 2:30:33.
And who's the first murder victim inside the store?
Ricky Olds.
Where was Ms. Olds when the defendant entered the store on the east side?
She was right near the last check stand for self-checkout. It's like at checkout 22, heading towards the east, excuse me, heading towards the east doors.
And can you describe what happened?
She is walking to the east doors. As she approaches, she kind of does a head tilt, and then the defendant runs in and shoots her.
How far away from Ricky Olds was the defendant?
I would say 10 feet and closing because he ran towards her as he shot.
How long from the time the defendant's inside the east doors to the time that he shoots and kills Ricky Olds?
Approximately 1 second.
Did she have any chance, based on your review at all, to run and hide?
No.
And how many times was she shot?
Once.
And where specifically was she shot?
She was shot in the right side of her chin.
And that's the shot that then exited her body on the backside?
Yes.
And does this animation that I just played capture what you just described?
Yes.
And what do we see happening with the yellow dots now that have moved up on the screen or south in the store?
They're starting to head to the south. People are running at this point.
And how about people on the right-hand side of the screen?
Some people are ducking down. These folks initially kind of duck down. Julie Keaton runs south.
Who's the next murder victim?
Denny Stong.
And where is he on this particular slide?
He's right at the bottom of check stand 19 on the east checkout.
What did this video capture based on your review of it prior to trial?
That shows the defendant making entry into the store, shooting shooting Ricky Olds, and then immediately turning and firing at Denny Stong, who is running westbound.
And is that shown in this animation or graphic?
Yes,
What does this still photograph capture?
this is the muzzle flash as he is firing at Ricky.
And now how are other individuals within the store reacting at this point based on your review of all the video?
People are running, people are scrambling to get away.
What do we see in this slide?
So bottom left corner is Ricky Olds. In the center in the yellow jacket is Angela Peacock. As she starts to run away, she trips and falls. So she's starting to fall there. At the top of the screen, under the timestamp, is Hayden Steele. And to the right of him, still kind of at the check stand, is Casey Taylor.
And you mentioned Ricky Olds. Can you just specify where she could be seen in that photograph?
She's in the bottom left-hand corner.
And that's as she's being shot.
Correct.
And we're going to take a couple minutes with this animation and graphic just to get us oriented. So we have Ricky Olds is now represented by what?
A blue oval.
Which signifies?
She's dead.
And then we have people on the right-hand side of the screen. And going from west to east, can you just walk us through where people are positioned as the defendant shooting east to west?
So west to east, the person furthest west is Jody Waters, and she's at west check stand number 3. Next to her is James Graham. He is also at west self-checkout number 3. At west self-checkout number 4 are Nick Edwards and Sarah Moonshadow. On aisle 6, Michael Huang has started to run south. At check stand 9, Patrick Cruz is still here. As I said, he will lay down flat and remain in this position. Terry Laker has moved to the west side of the check stand. Kimberly Brekas and Tasia Beresford are both in this vicinity just above register 9, and they are going to start heading south. Julie Keaton is also headed south. She's above check stand 10. Kahendra Malla is at register 12, and he is basically crouched down right at the front of the check stand. He sits and stays there for a minute or two. Lynn Murray is with him. She's also crouched down in this position at this time. Denny Stong has started running westbound, and he is at check stand 15 headed west. Angela Peacock has started running south. Casey Taylor has curled around the front of this check stand, and he takes cover, ducks down in front up here. So at the south of self-checkout 617. And then Hayden Steele has run south on check stand, aisle 12.
Couple of follow-up questions for you. Kahendra Malla, based on your review of the video, what is Kahendra Malla going to be doing in these following seconds and minutes?
He stays here for quite a while, kind of moves around the check stand area, depending on where he's hearing things happening, but eventually he will run down and end up in the chip aisle with Dr. Sheets.
You mentioned James Graham. He's the gentleman who testified last week.
Correct.
And is he depicted in this still photograph?
He is, yes.
And what evidence did you find in the course of the investigation regarding Mr. Graham almost being hit by gunfire?
So he is, based on his interview, talked about hearing glass breaking, and as he is walking out of the store and the shots are being fired from the east to west, the glass for the light above check stand 3, which is right above his head, breaks, and you can see both he and Jody Waters in the film from above, and debris hit the floor.
And did you also find during the course of your review bullet strikes that had narrowly missed each of them?
Yes.
This is video sequence of him doing what?
He's checking out his ramen.
And what's the next video sequence going to show?
The next video sequence is going to show him walking out. So it's going to start with Jody Waters. It's going to be above check stand 3. Jody Waters walks into frame and then stops. You will see Mr. Graham kind of walk around her, and then the debris, Jody Waters will duck down and you'll see debris hit the ground.
And we know from Mr. Graham that at that point he started running.
Correct.
What was captured there? It was very quick. What was captured there?
You saw just the foot of Mr. Graham run around this or move around this bottom corner of the screen. So the bottom right-hand corner. Near the center of the screen, you see Jody Waters stop and then duck and then move out of the screen. And then you see debris hit the floor after the projectile strikes the light above the checkout.
And you're pointing to a couple of white dots located in the middle of the screen. Is that right?
Yes, on the floor.
And is that plastic or glass from those things above the register?
Yes.
Jury will be hearing more about this from another witness, but just to give us a sense of what you were doing to figure out who were the victims of attempted murder, what are we looking at what we have on the screen here?
This is a photo of this west self-checkout. Check stand 1 is on the south end or the left side of the screen. Check stand 2 is near the middle. Check stand 3 is to the also towards the middle. There are impact spots behind the number 3 on the this is the back side of a floral display. So there are impact strikes behind the number 3 on the black surface of the floral display. And then you can see there's some damage on the light for number 3.
And do we see a close-up of that here?
Yes. So number 3, there's the 2 impacts. There's some debris coming from it.
What do we see on this slide, Investigator Canuto?
This is a still frame kind of showing where everyone is before the defendant enters the scene. It's 2:30:25. So it's showing Sarah Moonshadow and Nick Edwards at register 4, James Graham at register 1, Patrick Cruz at number 9. And it's zoomed in so you can't see all the names, but this is Tasia Beresford, that is the cashier at register 9, and Terry Liker, who is the courtesy clerk bagging at register 9.
What does this graphic depict?
This is showing everybody's movements as the defendant enters and starts firing.
And then we have one name that we're seeing for the first time on the graphic on the top right.
In the top right corner is Alon Shakti.
And that's the woman that the jury heard from the other day about falling down.
Correct.
Where is she heading in relation to the west side doors at this point?
She is heading northwest towards the west emergency exit.
What does this still photograph depict?
This depicts the defendant who is in the white circle. shooting at Denny Stong, and you can see the muzzle flash. Also, you can see right next to the defendant to the right are the legs of Ricky Olds.
How many times was Denny Stong shot?
3.
After he was initially fired upon by the defendant, what did Denny Stong do?
He dives between 2 check stands. So it's check stand 15 and 14, and then starts trying to crawl away.
What did the defendant do at that point?
He pursues him and shoots him.
We're going to come to that video clip in a moment. Does this graphic demonstrate what's about to happen?
Correct.
As well as the movement of other individuals that we see on the screen there?
Correct.
And I'll play the video. From watching this video on many occasions, what did we just see there?
The defendant does a magazine change after coming back out from between the 2 registers. He drops a spent or empty magazine, pulls a full magazine from his vest, and seats it in the weapon.
And where do you see the magazine on the screen?
The empty magazine that he dropped is on the floor here near the bottom of the screen towards the right.
How was the magazine ejected from the gun the defendant was using?
He drops it. There's an eject button.
And then what did he do?
He then pulled a fresh magazine from his vest and then seated it, put it into the weapon.
And I'm going to show you next a video sequence from a different angle that captures the defendant, Denny Stong, okay?
Okay.
What registers are we going to see Denny Stong try to go through?
15, which is on the left. 14, which is on the right near the middle of the screen.
What's in the white circle there?
That's the defendant pointing his weapon at Denny Stong.
And we'll return to another graphic. And I think after this one is a good time to stop, Your Honor.
Very well.
So we're going to return to this after our lunch break, Investigator Canuto, excuse me. But what does this graphic represent?
This is showing the defendant right after he has changed the magazine. Lynn Murray has started, excuse me, Lynn Murray has started running or trying to get away to the west on the south side of the registers. The defendant comes between the 2 registers and pursues Lynn Murray.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to now recess for lunch. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside references, do any internet search on anything or anyone involved in this case. Finally, remember, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. Is an hour okay? We're doing all right with an hour? All right. Let's have you back and ready to go. It'll be just a little bit more. Let's do 1:30. Zoom your. Please be seated. Investigator, I'll remind you that you remain under oath. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Dougherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We left off as the defendant was moving east to west through the store, and people at that point starting to duck down and try to take cover,
Yes,
hiding wherever they're able,
correct.
running if they can.
Yes,
But fair to say, some people were very close to the defendant at that point in time.
yes.
So let's turn to Lynn Murray.
Okay.
Where was Ms. Murray when the shooter entered the store?
She was at check stand 12, cashing out for her Instacart order.
Where did the defendant encounter her?
So from check stand 12, she initially kind of ducked down at that location and then she started crawling along the front of the check stand aisles. As she was moving, he walked between the two registers and pursued her as she was crawling away.
What did he do then?
He then shot her from more of a distance and then walked up to her and shot her while standing over her.
How many times was she hit with gunfire?
4.
Who was Paul Johnson?
Paul Johnson was a cashier, a head clerk at the store.
And where was he when this began?
He was at check stand 11, bagging groceries.
Where was he in relation to the shots being fired by the defendant when the defendant came in the east side doors?
So he was downrange to the west of the defendant.
What do you mean by downrange?
So from where the defendant was shooting, he was west of that location.
In or near the line of fire?
Correct.
And how'd you determine that?
Based on the impacts and the trajectory investigations.
Going to turn now and talk about a couple other people, okay?
Okay.
You mentioned earlier Patrick Cruz.
Yes.
Who was bagging groceries for Patrick Cruz?
Terry Laker.
And who was checking out Mr. Cruz?
Tasia Beresford.
So we have Ms. Beresford, Ms. Liker, and Mr. Cruz all at the same area.
That's correct.
And where was Terry Liker when the shooter entered the store?
So she was on the north end of check stand 9.
What did Ms. Liker do after the shots began?
She moved to the west side of the check stand near where Mr. Cruz was. She got down on her hands and knees and crawled south to the end of the check stand. And then she was using I think it was a bakery rack or a banana rack, something at the end of that aisle that she was using to help herself stand up at the end of check stand 989 right there.
I'm going to put another picture on the screen now, okay?
Okay.
What are we looking at in this picture, if we could publish it, Your Honor? Thank you.
This is the camera over register 11. On the upper left-hand side of the screen is Kahendra Mala, who has the striped cap on and is kind of crouched down, sitting. And then next to him, in a squatting position, is Lynn Murray.
Where is the shooter at this point in time?
He is on the east side. So that would be register 12. Register 13 was where he did the magazine change. And so he's right about one register over to the east.
And Mr. Mala is the one wearing the striped hat?
Correct.
And then Ms. Murray is the one crouched down to the right of that?
Correct.
And is that a glass partition that we see hanging between the camera vantage point and Ms. Murray?
Yes.
And one thing I should make sure we clarify for the jury, just in terms of north-south. If people are running towards the back of the store from this vantage point, they're heading up on the screen, but what direction is that geographically?
That's south.
So people running up are heading south.
Correct.
And the north side of the store is where on this picture?
It's at the bottom of the screen.
Correct. And then what's the timestamp here at this point?
2:30:44.
And this is from a security camera that hangs in King Soopers.
Yes.
For the ones that are above the cash registers that are looking down at the register, are the timestamps off by 1 hour?
Yes, they are.
But for purposes of the video, based on what Mr. Subin did, it's real time coordinated with what we have here.
That's correct.
What do we have happening in this video?
So Lynn Murray crawled across the screen from the left to the right of the screen. So she went from the east side to the west side at the south end of the checkout until she was off screen. Kahendra Mala stayed at check stand 12. And the defendant came between check stand 12 and check stand 11. And he is pursuing Lynn Murray.
How long after he had killed Denny Stong is this?
I think it's 3 seconds.
This is a still photograph. What do we see in this still photograph, Investigator Cantu?
So this is a still photograph over check stand 10. We just saw from check stand 11, which is one register to the left or the east. He is now at check stand 10, which is in the center of the screen. The defendant is in the circle. He has the rifle pointed in the direction of the upper right-hand corner. And in that corner, you see at the top of the screen, you see 2 black marks. Those are Lynn Murray's feet. And then next to those 2 black marks is a shoe with a white mark through it. That's Terry Laker's foot.
Can you use the pointer, please, to point to those?
Yes. So the 2 black shoes of Lynn Murray are right there. And then Terry Laker's shoe is in the corner.
And what is the defendant doing at that point?
He is pursuing Terry Laker with the gun pointed at her.
And just to take a step back, what does this graphic represent?
So this is the graphic from where we just saw the last video where Lynn Murray has crawled away. The defendant has come between registers 12 and register 11. He's going to pursue Lynn in a western direction. Terry Laker is at the end of check stand 8 and 9 at the rack that I described, whether it was for the bakery or bananas or those rolling racks that are at the end of the aisle.
And is that sequence depicted in this next graphic that I'm going to hit play on?
Yes.
Do we have video of that as well?
We do.
And before I hit play, what can you see in this photograph?
So register 10 is in the middle of the screen. In the upper left-hand corner, which would be the east side, is the defendant in the white circle. And towards the right upper side of the screen, which would be the west side, is Lynn Murray, and she is starting to stand from a crawling position.
And where is Terry Liker in relation to Lynn Murray?
She is just off screen. By the end of the video, her feet will be, or her foot will be in that upper right-hand corner.
What does this still photograph depict?
This is the defendant in the upper right-hand corner in the white circle, aiming at Lynn Murray. And you can also see Terry Liker's shoe directly in the upper right-hand corner.
And from your review of the video, how is he holding the gun at that point?
He has it shouldered in a ready position, and he's aiming it.
Let's take a step back and use this graphic. What do we see in this graphic, Investigator Canuto?
So that is pretty much what we just observed on the surveillance footage. You're then going to see Lynn Murray start to run to the west in front of aisle 5. The defendant will shoot her and then shoot Terry Liker, who will, both of their circles will turn blue.
So their circles turn blue as you described. And what do we see happening with the other circles on this graphic?
So Kahandra Mawa has moved from the top of aisle 12 to the east side of aisle 12. Patrick Cruz is in the same position. Sarah Moonshadow and Nick Edwards were in the vicinity of register 4. They have run out. Sarah is slightly ahead of Nick Edwards. And then Jody Waters was at the front of the check stands here at check stand 4, and then has moved around to try to hide under check stand 4.
What do we see in this still photograph?
Not in the picture, but the circle is there. That is where the defendant will enter the screen. To the right of the white circle is Terry Liker starting to stand, come to a standing position using that rack that is at the end of the check stand. There is a rack of bananas at the end of that check stand, and you can see the leg and arm of Lynn Murray as she is falling. On check stand 4, which is at the top of the screen, about center of the screen, you can see the coat of Jody Waters. And then at check stand 4, reaching to check stand 4 is Sarah Moonshadow. And in the middle of that self-checkout aisle is Nick Edwards, who is kind of on his side, not quite prone, but laying down in the aisle.
And as this sequence of events is happening, is Sarah Moonshadow facing Terry Liker and Lynn Murray?
Yes.
How many times was Terry Liker shot?
She was shot twice.
And Lynn Murray, you said, was shot 4 times.
Correct.
Terry Liker, just to follow up on one thing you said she was pulling herself up. What do you mean by that?
So she had started crawling, and as she was standing, she was using the rack to help her come to a standing position.
And is that the video sequence that you just described in which Lynn Murray and then Terry Liker are shot and killed?
Yes,
And Sarah Moonshadow and Nick Edwards run out of the store?
correct.
And what way did they run?
They ran northwest, which would be to the bottom right corner of the screen.
What does this picture show?
So at the very top of the screen behind the bananas, in the white circle, you can see the defendant aiming his weapon down at Lynn Murray, who is laying down, and he is pointing the weapon at her.
And where are Sarah Moonshadow and Nick Edwards at this point?
Sarah Moonshadow is already out of this view. Nick Edwards is about the center of the west self-checkout, starting to run out.
What is depicted in this graphic?
This is Gignac on the left side of the screen at check stand 12, Patrick Cruz at check stand 9, Terry Laker and Lynn Murray, who have been shot and killed at the end of check stand 8, 9, and around near the area of self-checkout. The purple dot is the defendant. Jody Waters has kind of scooted around from the top of the main east-west aisle and is hiding under register 4. And Nick Edwards is in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, about to run out of the store.
From watching the video and going through all the evidence, did it appear the defendant saw Nick Edwards and Sarah Moonshadow running away?
Yes,
And what did the defendant do then?
he shot in their direction and then started to run after them
Until what?
until he saw Jody Waters.
And what does this depict?
This depicts him killing Jody Waters.
And do we have video of that?
Yes.
How many times was Jody Waters shot?
She was shot 4 times.
What was she doing at that point?
She was hiding under register 4.
All right, let's take a step back. We have on the right-hand side of the screen, looks like the still photo that we were just looking at.
Correct.
And to get the jury oriented, what are we seeing on the left-hand side of the screen now?
So the left-hand side of the screen is a pulled out overhead diagram of the scene showing from the west checkout all of the aisles toward the south of the store and all of the aisles to the east.
Approximately what time was Jody Waters shot and killed?
2:31:03.
2:31:03?
Yes.
How much time has passed between the first shots at Nevin Stanisic to the 8th victim, Miss Waters, being shot multiple times and killed?
69 seconds.
How long did it take him to kill Lynn, Terry, and Jody, who were all grouped in the same area?
8 seconds.
We see a couple of yellow dots in the screen on the left there. Investigator Canuto, who do those represent at this point?
So the yellow dot towards the front of aisle 17 is Casey Taylor. Cahendra Mala is still at check stand 12, and Patrick Cruz is still at check stand 9.
And from watching the video and going through the crime scene analysis, how did it appear that the victims were killed? In other words, any common factors between the victims?
Most of them were in his line of sight. They were trying to get away. He pursued them and shot them until they stopped moving.
Were there any individuals that the defendant saw and declined to shoot at?
Yes.
And who were those?
Paul Roeder and Clint Ponsford.
Okay. We'll go through each of those in order, okay?
Okay.
After killing Jody Waters, as depicted on the right-hand side of the screen there, where did the defendant go?
So he starts to head down aisle 5, which is, he goes around Lynn Murray's body, takes a couple of steps down aisle 5, and then he comes back to the north, and then again goes around Lynn Murray's body and heads to the east along this main east-west aisle that separates the check stands from the groceries. He goes all the way he ends up about aisle 19 on that east-west aisle.
Who does he encounter as he's going from west to east along that aisle?
So he walks past Patrick Cruz, he walks past Cahendra Mala, Clint Ponsford, who is right now outside of the store in the roadway at the crosswalk here. He will make entry and he will be at the east entrance as the defendant is passing the east entrance. And then Paul Roeder who is in the upper left corner, who's the green dot at aisle 17 near the south side of the aisle. He will pass him and he will encounter him on aisle 17.
And let's take a step back. How'd you first identify and come to interview Mr. Roeder?
We watched all of the footage. We saw that he was in the store for quite a while. I actually watched the footage frame by frame following him out of the store. I know that he had contact with law enforcement, so I watched body cam footage, and I saw that in the overhead video, he got into a red car on the west side of the store. So I watched body cam footage frame by frame by frame and caught a partial license plate for him. I started researching that, was able to locate Mr. Roeder with that vehicle in the neighborhood. And I called him after that.
And did you have the opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
And while all this was happening, everything you've just described for the jury, what was his understanding or perception?
He was unaware of what was going on around him.
And was he continuing to shop?
He continued to shop.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about Clint Ponsford, please?
Clint Ponsford is a courtesy clerk for King Soopers. He was in the parking lot getting carts. He comes into the store and he ends up right there at the east entrance by Ricky Old's body.
What was the defendant appearing to do at this time where he's moving from west to east along the aisles?
He's looking for people.
And how'd you make that determination?
As he's walking, he's looking up and down the aisles as he's passing them.
What do we see here?
So this is the defendant who starts to go down aisle 5. He then keeps going east. The yellow dot moving near the upper part of the screen on aisle 17 is Casey Taylor. And then the defendant, this is now going to zoom in on the defendant as he approaches the east side entrance as Clint Ponsford walks in the store.
So just to break that down a little bit with what we have on the screen now, where is Mr. Ponsford on the left-hand graphic?
He's the light green dot just inside the east entrance. So on the graphic about mid-screen near the bottom.
Where is the defendant on the graphic?
He's about mid-screen in the center of the screen.
From reviewing the video that's depicted on the top right-hand corner of the screen, what did you see the defendant doing in relation to Mr. Ponsford in the east side doors?
He turns his head and looks at Mr. Ponsford as Mr. Ponsford walks in the door.
And what do we see in the bottom right-hand corner?
Mr. Ponsford has walked in and is looking at Ricky Old's body.
And who was Mr. Ponsford dating at this point in time?
Terry Liker.
What does this screen show us?
So this is again, on the left is the diagram showing Clint just before he walks in the store, shows the defendant as he is walking eastbound down that main east-west aisle. And on the right are their surveillance videos showing that same thing. So on the top frame is the defendant in the white circle walking east along that aisle. And on the bottom is Clint, who is in the orange traffic vest walking into the store.
And is this video of what you just described?
Yes.
And what does the defendant do after seeing Clint Ponsford?
He just keeps walking.
What does Mr. Ponsford do?
He looks at Ricky for a few minutes. He walks back out into the vestibule. He seems kind of confused. He's in and out of the store at that point.
Confused by what?
By what's happening.
And Mr. Roeder, you mentioned already, is up in one of those aisles. What aisle was he in?
He was in aisle 17.
How old was Mr. Roeder at that point?
He was 90.
And without getting into the detail, are you aware that since this mass shooting, Mr. Roeder has passed away due to natural causes not related to the incident?
Correct.
How many times did the defendant and Mr. Roeder cross paths that day?
I believe it was 3 times total.
And can you just describe those for the jury, please?
Sure. So at this point, he's about to approach the defendant is about to approach aisle 17. Mr. Ponsford is closer to the south end of the aisle, so the back of the store. The defendant is at the front of the store. As the defendant passes, he kind of stops, take a step in towards aisle 17, raises the rifle and aims down the aisle at Mr. Ponsford. After a second or just a moment, he drops the rifle without firing and continues eastbound through that aisle. Gets about to aisle 19, and then he turns around and he comes back along that main east-west aisle. He again passes aisle 17, but he doesn't look down the aisle at Mr. Roeder. He then wanders around the store a little bit more, and later in the event, Mr. Roeder, as I said, continues his shopping and he brings his cart to the front to check out, and the defendant crosses paths with him again later in the event.
So a couple follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
When you were describing the defendant pointing his rifle down the aisle,
Yes.
you said it was at Mr. Ponsford.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. There's a lot of names.
Yes.
Were you referring to Mr. Roeder?
Correct. He was down aisle 17 where Mr. Roeder was shopping.
And you could see on the video, the defendant points his rifle at Mr. Roeder
Correct.
and then put it down to his side and continue on.
Correct.
And Mr. Roeder then continues shopping.
Correct.
And just to make sure we have our colors correct, Mr. Ponsford is a yellow on this screen, but he should actually be a lime green because he's not a attempted murder victim. Am I right?
That's correct.
And then here we have another screen, and this is Mr. Ponsford in the lime green, right?
Yes.
And what do we see in this still photograph from 2/31/29?
So this is zoomed in of that camera showing the defendant that was as he walked across the main east-west aisle, and his head is turned toward the east entrance door.
Facing towards whom?
Mr. Ponsford.
And what does this graphic show at that moment in time?
It shows that so Mr. Ponsford is still down by Ricky Old's body. The defendant continues still looking in the direction of the north end of the store, so the front of the store, as he continues to the east at aisle 16.
So is this actually the second time that he's passing by Mr. Ponsford?
I think this is still the first time as he goes by.
Okay.
Because he's beyond.
And does this depict what you said about the defendant's encounter with Mr. Roeder?
Yes.
And from watching the video many times, what did you see the defendant doing at the end of that aisle at that point?
So as he passes aisle 17, he brings the rifle up to his shoulder. As I said, he takes about a step or two towards the aisle, doesn't actually enter aisle 17, but as he raises that rifle, he moves toward the aisle and aims down the aisle where Mr. Roeder is just shopping.
And does not take the shot.
Correct.
What are we looking at here, Investigator Canuto?
So this is a zoomed in photo of the defendant taking that step towards the aisle where he's about to raise the rifle and aim down there.
At whom?
Mr. Roeder.
What do we see in this graphic?
So in this graphic, he is continuing, he's going to continue beyond aisle 17. So on the graphic, you will see him, the dot continue beyond 17 as Mr. Roeder's dot continues moving to the north towards the bottom of the screen. The defendant in the in the image on the upper right-hand side, shows him dropping the weapon and continuing moving to the east. In the bottom surveillance footage, this is from the south end pointed north, and it's where the defendant walks across the front, aims, and then continues to the east. So in the bottom video, east is to the right.
Your Honor, can the parties approach for just a minute and I apologize?
Yes, ma'am. All right, we're going to take a short recess, about 15 minutes. Just going to remind you of the admonition. Don't talk to anyone, don't form an opinion. I know you're going back to the jury room. So I'll see you back here at about 2:15. Rise for the jury. Do you want to get your investigator as well? Rise for the jury, please. An investigator, you go ahead and take your seat. Again, reminding you that you remain under oath. Thank you. You take your water up with you if you'd like. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Dougherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Canuto, during the break, I was just looking over my notes here, and I just wanted to circle back to Kelly Ray Dorr for a moment. Who was and is Kelly Ray Dorr?
Kelly Ray Dorr was an assistant manager in the meat department.
Where was he when the defendant came in and began firing east to west?
He was at basically the west doors, preparing to go out those west doors. So on the west end as the defendant was shooting from east to west.
And was he also in the line of fire from the defendant?
He was, yes.
And how were you able to make that determination?
Based on the video, the impacts, and the trajectory investigation.
And now I'm going to turn back to Mr. Ponsford and Mr. Roeder, if we may.
Okay.
And Your Honor, can we have the screen? Thank you. And I think I got ahead of myself in saying the defendant had returned heading west across the store. But is that about to happen here and what we're looking at?
Yes. So he'll continue to aisle 19 and then turn around and come back to the west.
And do you see that both in the video on the bottom right as well as the graphic on the left?
Yes.
And the red circles tracking the defendant?
Yes.
And we see that gentleman on the right-hand side of the screen, and I'll go a little slower here, sorry. The lower right-hand side of that screen, who is that?
That's Mr. Roeder, Paul Roeder.
And what direction is he heading at this point?
He is walking north on aisle 17.
So north in terms of direction, but heading towards the front of the store.
Correct.
And is that reflected in the lime green dot on the graphic on the left?
It is, yes.
So from your review of the video evidence, did it seem clear the defendant saw Mr. Roeder a number of times
Yes,
and decided not to shoot and kill Mr. Roeder?
that's correct.
And after Mr. Roeder is seen on this security camera here on the bottom right of the screen, where does Mr. Roeder go?
He continues walking down to the front of the store from aisle 17, and then he eventually comes to that main east-west aisle, and he walks along the east-west aisle to the west, and I believe he ends up at register 10. He is there to check out.
And is this animation on the left, the graphic demonstrating that the defendant is about to cross paths with Mr. Ponsford again?
Yes,
And can you tell us what Mr. Ponsford is doing at this point?
he is back in the vestibule, but he's about to re-enter the store from that east entrance.
So this will be a second time he's coming in since the shooting began?
Correct.
And tell us a little bit more about what you learned from Mr. Ponsford from interviews and from the investigation.
We learned that Mr. Ponsford was intellectually and developmentally delayed, and he was dating Terry Laker, who was also intellectually and developmentally delayed.
And Mr. Ponsford's coming back in and Ricky Olds is right there by the east doors.
That's correct.
Bless you. And is that shown in this next graphic as I hit play?
Yes,
So what do we see in the bottom right hand of the screen?
Mr. Ponsford re-entering the store.
And what's on the top right hand of that screen?
As the defendant walks by, he again looks towards those east doors where Mr. Ponsford has just made entry.
And again declines to shoot and kill Mr. Ponsford.
Correct.
Where does the defendant go from here?
He is going to continue to aisle 12, at which time he goes towards the back of the store. So south on aisle 12 to the back of the store.
What do we see in this still photograph from 2:32 p.m.?
This is the defendant walking back eastbound. He's about to cross that main entryway. He is east of East Checkout, and he is looking towards those east doors, and his rifle is in his right hand down by his side.
And how about here at 2:32:04?
He is looking as he is walking to the west along that east-west aisle. He's looking to the north side of the store, kind of northwest at this point.
What happens now?
Mr. Tatum comes back in the store from the west entrance, and the defendant, who is on aisle 12, something causes him to look towards the northwest, which is near where Mr. Tatum came in, and then he starts jogging towards the back of the store, which would be south on aisle 12.
And Mr. Tatum came back in that doorway, as he testified earlier today, to try to save people.
That's correct.
And the defendant appears to react around that same time and head towards the back of the store.
That's correct.
And on the left-hand side of the screen, what do we see in this graphic?
So the left-hand side of the screen shows the defendant on aisle 12, about mid-aisle, is the purple dot, which is all the way on the left side of the screen. You can see Mr. Tatum, who is on the right-hand, bottom right corner of the diagram. He has just entered this west door, which is down here.
What do we see on the left-hand side of the screen here?
So this is the deli. This is the diagram of the deli area. And this is at 2:30:47. So this is a couple minutes before.
Okay. What's on the screen at this point?
This is people running out of that west emergency door, and we just saw Alon Shakti fall.
And this is the point at which Mr. Tatum is going to help Ms. Shakti up?
Correct.
Sorry. So when Mr. Tatum came back in the store, what direction did he go?
He ends up running eventually south, but he kind of skirts the deli and kind of goes around all of the produce section. But he ends up in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, which is the southwest corner of the store.
And what do we see on the right-hand top corner of the screen there?
There's a circle around the defendant who has his rifle raised, and he is aiming and appears to be sighting down, which would to the west.
And who was there at that point in time that the defendant would have been sighting on?
Mr. Tatum has just run past there and is at the door to the cooler area of the meat and seafood department.
And was there also evidence of bullet strikes from behind where Mr. Tatum had been at that point in time?
Yes, there were.
And from that, what did you conclude?
That the defendant shot at toward Mr. Tatum.
What do we see now?
So Mr. Tatum has already gone through the store. The defendant then drops his weapon, and he is going to continue walking westbound along that south aisle of the store.
Take a step back here and tell us what we have going on in the store at this point in time.
So this is, again, this is now 2:34, so it's a few minutes later. Mr. Roeder on the diagram has made his way up to the check stand, and he is around aisle 9, which is about check stand 12. Kahendra Mala is now on the east side of check stand 12. Patrick Cruz is still in the same position on aisle check stand 9. The defendant is at aisle 4. He's going to start walking this way and then divert around or through this display and then up on aisle 3. But in this picture on the right-hand side, you can see that he is looking to the east where Mr. Roeder is.
So the top right-hand picture is the defendant looking to the left or to the east.
Correct.
And that's represented by the purple dot we have on the left-hand graphic.
Correct.
And Mr. Roeder is out in the open on that aisle going east to west.
Correct.
And what do we have in the bottom right-hand screen?
This is Mr. Cruz at check stand 9, just in the position where he laid down.
Based on your review of the video, what is the defendant doing at this point?
Looking for people.
And where is he moving?
He's moving to the south end of the store or the back of the store.
On what aisle?
Aisle 3.
And what time is it now?
It's 2:34:39.
Approximately how long since the first shots were fired? Let's assume it was 2:30.
So it's been about almost 5 minutes at this point.
And the clip I just let run through, he's walking in what direction?
He's walking on the south aisle to the east.
And what is he doing as he's passing each aisle?
He's looking up and down the aisle,
What did you conclude from that?
that he was looking for people.
What happens then, Investigator Canuto?
At aisle 10, he stops, raises the rifle, and aims down the aisle and shoots down the aisle. And we later, so there's no video on aisle 10, but we later find Suzanne Fountain's body in about mid-aisle, aisle 10.
How old was Suzanne Fountain?
She was 59.
How many times was she hit by the defendant's gunfire?
3.
And what happened as a result of her getting hit by gunfire?
She was killed.
And what happened in terms of the impact of the bullets on her body physically?
They went through her body, and then debris from the gunshots can be seen at the north end of the store. So this is check stand 13, and there's debris on the floor as a result of the shots fired. We also found her body tissue near the register area.
And that was also collected as part of the investigation.
That's correct.
What else? Because we don't have, well, let me back up one step. Do we have camera view of aisle 10?
We do not.
So can you just describe for the jury what aisle 10 looked like in terms of what else was in the aisle?
So there were cardboard display cases with snacks. I think they were like fruit snacks on the aisle. There were at least 2 of those cardboard displays spaced out on the aisle.
Had you, in reviewing the video from prior to this moment, seen the defendant go past aisle 10 earlier?
Yes.
And had he looked down aisle 10?
Yes.
Did he fire a shot when he looked down aisle 10 earlier?
He did not.
So based on your review of all the video and all the evidence, what did you conclude about that?
That Suzanne Fountain came out of a hiding spot and she was now visible on his third pass of aisle 10.
What does this still photo depict?
This is the defendant in the white circle with his weapon shouldered and aimed down aisle down aisle 10.
And by aimed, you mean he's looking down the sight, aiming the gun
Yes,
in the direction of Suzanne Fountain.
yes.
Okay. And do we have more slides to go through with the jury later on in the trial?
We do, yes.
All right, so I'm going to switch gears at this point, though, and ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
Anyone injured in the mass shooting?
Other than Alan Shakti, no.
Okay. What was Alan Shakti, or how was she injured?
She was injured running, trying to get away.
And were you able to obtain her medical records?
Yes.
How'd you go about doing that?
Ms. Shakti signed a medical release form allowing us to obtain them. I then forwarded that to Boulder Community Health, where she was seen, and I requested the records. I got a physical copy of the records and an electronic copy of the records. And I also obtained a certification from the manager of the records department to confirm that the records I received were a full and complete set of the records that they had on file for Ms. Shakti.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do you recognize those, Investigator Cantu?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
This is a paper version of the medical records I received from Boulder Community Health, as well as the attestation from the custodian of records.
And that's a certification from the custodian of records?
Correct.
And this with regards to Ms. Shakti's medical treatment following this incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit People's 52 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
When was she first treated at Boulder Community Hospital?
On March 22nd, 2021, at about 8 p.m., 9 p.m. in the evening.
So later that same day after the mass shooting.
Correct.
And what was the diagnosis from the doctors on March 22nd, 2021?
A traumatic compression fracture of the T6 thoracic vertebra.
And does the medical record also contain an explanation from the patient on how the injury may have been caused?
Yes.
And what is the explanation provided specifically on page 3 of the medical records from Ms. Shakti?
So it says a fall. Patient sustained a mechanical slip and fall today at around 2:30, denies hitting head or losing consciousness.
And later on in the medical record, specifically on page 6, does it provide more detail on what caused the fall, specifically that it was during a shooting at King Soopers?
Yes.
And on page 21 are the discharge instructions from Ms. Shakti informing her not only of the injury, but that she has to wear a brace going forward?
Yes.
Does she go back to Boulder Community Hospital on March 26th and then again on April 23rd for follow-up treatment in connection with this injury?
She does. Yes.
And are those records there as well?
Yes.
Do those visits and all the treatment and x-rays she received then confirm that she has a fracture of her T5 and T6?
Yes.
Thank you. Going to switch gears on you again if we can.
Okay.
You had mentioned that the shooter, the defendant, appeared to be looking for people when he encountered Suzanne Fountain.
Yes.
Based on your investigation, as well as your review of all the video evidence, were others hiding inside the store at that time?
Yes.
Where were they hiding, Investigator Cantu?
There were people in the clinic area of the pharmacy. There were people in the pharmacy behind the shelves. There were several people upstairs in the offices and employee break area. There were people in a click list room. There were people in the shelves. There were people in the office above the deli where they keep the Starbucks, the extra cups and stuff. There were people hiding in the semi-trailers in the back of the store. And there were people hiding in the Starbucks kiosk.
Were some of those people making 911 calls during that time period?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how 911 calls work in terms of someone from the supermarket calls 911? What's actually happening during that phone call?
So when the call comes in, there's a recording of it. The recording actually starts a few seconds before the call taker picks up. But the call taker is going to take in the information and they're going to type it into CAD or computer aided dispatch. That information is then going to be aired to officers or whoever the information is for, whether it's fire, police, whomever. They're going to air that over the radio system. So there's the call takers and then there's the dispatcher who's working the radio.
And is that done to get the word out as quickly as possible to officers and first responders?
It is, yes.
So would that explain why, if we're listening, for example, to the 911 call that Logan Smith made, why we hear that typing in the background?
Yes.
And what is that typing actually resulting in?
That typing is the call taking dispatcher updating the information that he's receiving into CAD so that everybody can see what's going on.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to the 911 calls in connection with this mass shooting?
I did, yes.
How would you describe the tone and demeanor of the people calling 911?
Panicked, afraid. Not really sure. Some people didn't know what they were seeing. That's how I would identify that.
And generally speaking, what information did the police have as they began to respond to King Soopers on March 22nd?
The information was that there were between 1 and 3 shooters, that there was a long gun or rifle, AK-47, some weapon of that sort being used, that the shooter had a bulletproof vest. I believe it was just the shooter was described as a white male with a beard and chubby. Some of the information was that the individual was heading towards Broadway. We heard information that they were going to the Piggly Wiggly or the grocery store.
So multiple locations being given,
Correct.
armored vest of some kind,
Correct.
1 to 3 active shooters,
Correct.
and some kind of, you said long gun for those that don't use guns on a regular basis. What do you mean by a long gun?
So a rifle, not a handgun.
And some callers specifically referenced an AK-47.
That's correct.
Any 911 calls made in the first 33 seconds when the defendant was in the parking lot killing Nevin, Kevin, and Trelona?
No.
And once he went inside, did people start calling 911?
Yes. The first calls came in once he came in the store.
What did the dispatchers do with those calls?
They took that information. They gave information to the callers about how to be safe. They gathered as much information as they could. There were a lot of calls that were coming in, so they were in a hurry to get as much information as they could while sending help. But moving on to the next people to make sure that they got all the calls in.
So practically speaking, what does that mean? Let's say it's the 5th 911 call coming in from King Soopers. What's happening in that phone call?
In that phone call, it's generally going to be, are you calling about the shooting? And then like, are you safe? Get safe. We've got help on the way.
And were police, in fact, on the way at that point?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, where was Officer Eric Talley when the calls first started coming in?
He was at the Boulder Police Department.
And what information did he receive over the radio while at the Boulder Police Department?
He heard tones. So a tone is an alert that a dispatcher plays to let you know that something big is happening. It's an attention getter. So the tones were played. And then the dispatcher advised that there was an active shooter in the location of 3600 Table Mesa at the King Soopers. The information that came in, which was 1 to 3 shooters with a rifle, with body armor, all was relayed to the officers responding to the scene, including Officer Talley.
And what did Officer Talley do after receiving that information?
He responded emergency, so he flipped on his lights and sirens and began traveling very, very fast without delay to the scene from the police department.
And you mentioned earlier dash cam video. Did Officer Talley's car have dash cam video in it?
It did, yes.
And how does the dash cam video work?
So the dash cam can be activated manually, but when you, it automatically gets activated when lights and sirens are flipped on, or if you go over a certain speed. I believe at the time it was 55 miles an hour. His was activated when he activated his overhead lights and sirens.
What happens or what happened after video from a dash cam is completed? Where is it sent and what is done with it?
So for the dash cam footage, when the car pulls back into the parking lot, that's when the upload happens to the cloud. It's a secured cloud-based system that is hosted by, in Boulder PD's case, Axon. And it is reserved there. We can go through, Officer Talley was attached to the call, meaning the dispatchers put him on the call. So all of the information with the case number, the location, all of that information is automatically tagged onto his footage for that call. If not, if he wouldn't have been dispatched to that call and just responded, someone would have had to put that information in manually after the video was uploaded.
And is that then sent, when you say uploaded, to a secure provider?
Yes.
Is it capable of being edited or altered?
Not on the system. There are audit trails that show who has viewed it. We can clip things. If there's something that important happens, we can make notes of it. We can add notes. All of that is detailed in the audit trails, but the actual video doesn't change.
So even if someone after the King Soopers incident that night just wanted to watch it, that's recorded in the audit trail that the system maintains as part of their security.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been previously marked as people's 53 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is Officer Talley's dash cam video from when he activated his sirens until about 5 minutes and 5 seconds into the video. So it's about 6 minutes into the video, he activated his camera at 1 minute. And it is his response to the scene, and then from the car, what occurs while he is in scene.
How do you know that that's the same video recording?
Because after I watched it, I signed it and dated it.
And does that exhibit 53, accurately record and display what Officer Talley's dash cam video captured that day?
It does, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit People's 53 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
And then one other question, you mentioned that it stops at around the 6 minute mark or so.
Yes.
Did his dash cam video continue recording for the hours that it was in the King Soopers parking lot?
Yeah, this is a clip of the entire long video.
And this clip captures what?
It captures his response. So when you activate those body cam or in-car cameras, it actually buffers, so it takes you back a minute. So that's why this video starts at 1, because the minute before is before he knows about this call. So at 1 minute, he is advised of this call. He activates his lights and siren. It's his response to the scene, the route he takes to get there, when he arrives on scene, and then as he parks his car, what is in view of the dash cam, and then his radio is on in his car, so it captures what is aired over the radio.
Thank you. I'm going to break that down a little bit if we can.
Okay.
The body-worn cameras work basically the same way.
Yes.
So officer has his or her body-worn camera on, but when they turn it on, let me back up one step. It's actually recording all day, every day.
Correct.
But that recording is only being captured and sent to the secure provider when something triggers it to be actually activated.
Correct.
So if an officer hits on, it's going to record the last 30 seconds or a minute, depending on the system that they have, of what was happening before that.
Correct.
And is that how you just described the dash cam video working?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish 53 in just a moment if I can have the screen. You mentioned the radio is on in Officer Talley's car. What are some of the things that we're going to hear over the radio during this recording?
You're going to hear that there's an active shooter at King Supers. You're going to hear the descriptions as I described. You're going to hear when officers arrive what they see, which is there's a body down that doesn't match the suspect description. And then you're going to hear about a second body. And then you're going to hear that officers are going to make entry into the store and that shots were fired at them.
What's the significance of bodies being down but not matching the description of the suspect?
So there are people that are down and not moving, but it's not the suspect. We're still looking for someone. This is not the individual that has been described that we should be looking for.
And at some point, are the voices over the radio voices of officers who are actually on scene?
Yes,
And they're communicating that there are bodies actually down in the parking lot,
that's correct.
that this is not a hoax or a swatting incident of any kind.
Exactly.
And when Officer Talley gets out of his car and runs in, will the dash cam video continue recording?
Yes,
And the shots that we hear referenced in the radio call are the shots when Officer Talley's inside the store.
that's correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll publish 53.
Yes, sir.
Don't block me off. What are you doing? Report that the person is wearing an armored vest, 5'8", down the field of not yet. Down to the floor that's on that. Yeah, no, come on, I just had another party that's upstairs, second floor, doing shots. Copy. So for 204 and 295 are making entry. Unit full traffic. Copy. Party down next door. Copy. Active shooter inside. Shot at them twice.
Couple follow-up questions for you.
Okay.
Whose body is laying on the right-hand side of the screen?
That's Kevin Mahoney.
And whose body and car appear in front of Officer Talley's patrol vehicle?
Trelana Bartoviak.
And where specifically is her body on that picture Investigator can't see?
So it's just behind the stop sign on the ramp.
Indicating towards the left-hand side of the picture heading up the pedestrian ramp.
Correct.
And that's the RAV4, the car being driven by Trelona that you described earlier.
Correct.
There was a voice saying party down inside the doors. Did you recognize that voice?
I did.
Who is the person radioing that?
That's Officer Pam Gignac.
Have you worked with Officer Gignac over the years?
Yes.
For approximately how long?
My entire career.
And as she's radioing this, based on where she is, whose body do you believe she saw?
Ricky Olds.
And she's saying that aloud while inside the store.
Correct.
After she says that, the dispatcher says, hold traffic. Can you explain to the jury what that means when a dispatcher says hold traffic?
So she had aired before they made entry. She said, Capo, Tally, and I are going in. That means Officer Tally, and Officer Capobianco were making entry into the store. That's when the dispatcher said, hold traffic. That means that this is a serious situation. We don't need to hear about traffic stops. We don't need to hear you're en route. This is the most important information, and we need to leave the air open for them to get any new information out.
In other words, cease all non-critical radio communications.
Exactly.
And then the next radio communication is Officer Gignac saying, shot at us twice.
Correct.
And what was happening inside at that moment in time based on your review of everything?
The defendant fired at the defendant fired at, shot and killed Eric Talley.
Right, may I approach?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Understanding you what's been previously marked as people's 63 for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is Officer Capobianco's body cam footage from approximately 1 minute. So after it was activated to 8 minutes into the very long clip from the day.
And same kind of questions that I asked you earlier about the dash cam. Is the body worn camera recording sent to the secure provider?
It is, yes.
And is it possible for it to be edited or altered without leaving a trail?
No,
And for every body worn camera recording using the Axon system, is there an audit trail provided?
yes, there is.
And does that video clip, is that a fair, in fact, exact recording from Officer Capobianco's body worn camera that day?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, people move to admit people 63 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
And I'm going to have you testify later in the trial. But are you aware, Investigator Cantu, that there are police officers and civilians who do not want to watch the video unless they absolutely have to?
I am, yes.
Would that include Officer Capobianco?
Yes.
One last exhibit for you for today, Investigator Cantu.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I've handed you what's been previously marked as people 64 for identification.
Yes.
What is contained on people's 64?
So this is a video compilation of the shooter's actions that day that was made by the FBI from surveillance footage that was gathered from the scene. This is I believe it's an 8-minute video of the defendant's movements throughout the day.
And does it include different camera angles than the other exhibit that we've already introduced and started walking the jury through?
It does, yes.
Including, for example, Trelona Barkowiak being shot point blank?
Yes.
Okay. And if you had a chance to review that 8-minute video in conjunction with everything else you've done in the case?
I have, yes.
And does it appear to be a fair, accurate, in fact, exact copy of the recordings that were taken from King Supers that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people move 64 into evidence.
May we approach?
Yes, ma'am. The objection's overruled.
So two final questions for you for today, Investigator Cantu.
Okay,
Exhibit 64 has been admitted, but we're going to watch that later on in the trial, okay?
okay.
How many civilians, and by civilians, I mean non-law enforcement, did the defendant shoot at after the Boulder Police Department made entry?
None.
And the first three officers inside King Supers were whom?
Officer Talley, Officer Brian Capobianco, and Officer Pam Gignac.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Investigator Cantu at this point, but I will seek to call her later in the trial.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
You may step down. Oh, sorry.
I do not have any questions at this time for Investigator Cantu.
Understood. Thank you. You may step down. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people call Officer Brian Capobianco to the stand. Oh. Your Honor, I'm sorry. Actually, we had a victim witness show up out of order, so if I can call Nicholas Edwards instead of Officer Capobianco.
Yes, Nicholas Edwards. Let's follow Mr. Dougherty around there. Mr. Dougherty, would you like to retrieve the exhibits while Mr. Edwards goes around?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Retrieve will stop right there. Mr. Edwards, I'm going to square you in. Face me if you would please and raise your right hand. Good. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that in the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
I swear.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat. Get real close to that microphone and you may adjust it so that everyone can hear you.
Hello,
Hello, sir. How are you today?
doing good.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
My full name is Nicholas J. Edwards, Edwards.
So, Mr. Edwards, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about your background, and then we're going to talk about what happened to you on March 22nd, 2021, okay?
Okay.
Where'd you grow up, sir?
I grew up in Pueblo, Colorado, mostly. And then I moved out of Pueblo, Colorado in 2016 up to Maryland, Colorado. And then I basically lived up north in this part of Colorado since 2016.
And what's your mom's name?
Sarah Moonshadow.
Where do you currently live, Mr. Edwards?
I currently live in South Boulder, right off of like Table Mesa on Osage Drive.
How long have you been living there for?
Yeah, I've been living there like maybe 2 months now.
Where were you living before that?
So before that, I was like before that, I was like I was basically homeless. So I moved back up here last fall.
To Boulder.
Yes. And I've been up here since last fall.
Okay.
I've been homeless since that time. I just recently got into the apartment like 2 months ago.
Right. And you said back here, you lived in Boulder previously?
Yeah, back from 2016 all the way up until 2021 when the mass shooting happened. And then I moved down south to Walsenburg, Colorado. And I stayed down there for a little bit, up until, basically 2023. Yeah, last fall.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask you a few questions about March 22nd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Before the mass shooting at King Supers that you referenced, what were you doing during the course of that day?
Mostly we went to go do laundry initially. From the laundromat, we went over to the King Supers. We drove our vehicle there when we could have just walked, but we drove our vehicle there. And we went inside to go get like a few things. It wasn't even a grocery shop. It was just mostly stuff to like munchies. And then then all that extra stuff happened.
Okay. And we're going to talk about that stuff in a moment. Okay.
Mhm.
Who were you at the laundromat with that day?
My mother, Sarah.
And had you ever been to that King Supers before?
Oh yes, I've been to that King Supers several times.
And you mentioned that you drove there instead of walking. Where'd you park when you went to King Supers?
We parked in that. There's two entrances at that King Supers. We parked on the left side, closest to that door where he came in from.
And by the door he came in from, you mean the shooter?
Yes, I do.
What'd you? It's okay.
That's good.
I'm going to go question by question and ask you to just walk the jury through everything you remember from that day, okay? When you and your mom went to King Supers, what'd you guys do when you first went in the store?
We went in. I don't even think we grabbed a shop. We grabbed, I don't even. We had one of those little handheld baskets. We weren't even there for very much.
Do you recall getting tea and strawberries and some other small items?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like strawberries, tea, and probably a few other things. I think she got one of those coffee cartons. It says Delight on it. But we were in that store for like 20 minutes maybe.
And at the end of that time, inside of King Supers, which way were you heading to go out of the store?
Let's see, so we went in on the east end. We basically made a loop, that the left side of the building, the east, and then we went in, we made a loop, came around to this other side. It took about 20 minutes. Because I think usually they keep all that coffee stuff and all the ice drinks and stuff like teas on the left side. Walked in, went around. It was about 20 minutes. What was the question?
You answered it.
Oh, okay.
Did you end up at the self-checkout on the west side?
Yes. Yeah, that's where we were at.
What happened when you were at the self-checkout on the west side?
So my mother, we were on that west end side. She had a she she was like, having one of those out loud thoughts. And when we were standing there, and outside I heard like three separate distinct, what I didn't know at the time, I didn't know it was gunshots.
Where were those sounds coming from?
They were coming from outside initially, and then the guy came inside after those three shots, and he let off one shot inside the King Supers, and after that everybody had went silent, and everybody went silent, and then I heard one lady scream, and then I heard three more gunshots, and then I locked up, and I couldn't get out of there. And my mom's are like, well, shit, we need to move now. We need to get out of here now.
Can I stop you for a second? Where were the shots coming from?
So like, if I was on the west end, it was coming from the east end.
And you heard one shot from inside, and then it sounds like a pause, and then more shots being fired.
Yes.
And you shared with us, and as you're telling this story, let me just ask you this. Can you picture this in your mind as you're telling the jury what happened?
Yeah, like, uh, uh, yeah, it was a picture in my mind. The from what a picture in my mind. Yeah. I'm talking about it, from recalling it. Uh,
Can I ask you another question?
yes, sir.
You said you locked up. What do you mean by locked up?
I mean, like, paralyzed with fear from that first shot, and when the woman screamed, and when that registered, yeah, that fucked me up. And I uh, I locked up, and I noted I'm pretty sure that there were gunshots in my direction. I don't know. I locked up at an angle, and I thought the guy was over here. And my mom, when she said, and like, and during that entire time, she's all, there's like gunshots and percussions, and I fucking don't know what's going on. And she said, she's all like, we need to go, and from here, where I thought the guy was, and I turn around, and I run out the door, but yeah, that's a very scary situation to be in.
I have a couple follow-up questions for you, okay? You mentioned remembering the register. What about the register stands out in your memory?
I yeah, because I locked up like this, and adjacent to the left side where I thought I saw the individual, I mean, was I don't know.
Did you continue to hear shots during that time?
Yeah, more than enough. He shot like 12 people, right? And
Judge.
shot down.
Honors.
Right?
There's an objection. Just a minute, Mr. Edwards.
So I'll rephrase it.
Thank you. It's sustained.
So one of the things we need to do together, Mr. Edwards, is I'm going to ask you questions just to have you explain what you remember to the jury. And if the question doesn't make sense, let me know, because that happens at times. But if it makes sense to you, just answer the question if you can, okay? Did you hear gunshots continuing as you and your mom were crouching down there?
Yes, sir. Several.
Okay.
Several while I was standing up. Yeah. And then I turned around, and when I was running out the door, I don't know if I heard any more or not. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, because there was 3 shots outside. He walks in, and then it was 1 shot, and then everybody went silent. And then there was more shots as I was standing there. And then briefly, I'm pretty sure he had to reload because there was no more shots fired. And that's when my mom told me we need to get out of there. And then I turned, and then that's when I heard a few more shots as my mom was telling me that we needed to leave. He reloads, and he's like, and then he sends more down the downrange, and that's from what I recall.
Okay.
So yeah, there were shots fired, and
What could,
directions.
sorry. What could you smell?
Gunpowder. Burning gunpowder, burnt gunpowder. Gunpowder, yeah.
How did you and your mom get out of the store, Mr. Edwards?
We, I had to, I turned to my left side after my mom had told me that we need to get out of the store, and I ran out the door because there's a door like this and then there's a door like that. So we ran out the doors, and we ran through the parking lot, and yeah, that's how we got out of the store.
You mentioned earlier that you thought the shooter was firing at you and you're feeling percussions.
Yes.
What do you mean by percussions?
I mean, as like the bullets are flying by, you feel like percussions of the waves. There's like, what would be the best way of describing that? Like a blast of air that hits you whenever you open a door. And as the bullets are flying by, I say flying by, but I don't know which way they're going. I feel like they're going down this way towards me because he's shooting in that direction, or I think. And so it's like I don't know, but I the because of the positioning that I was at, because I was more or less like this, the self checkouts like this, and where the guy walked in from, like, and I locked up, and I couldn't tell. I don't know what the hell was happening, but I swear that it was all kind of, I don't know.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 28, okay? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's been previously marked as people's 28 for identification. Do you recognize that photograph, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, sir.
What is it a photograph of?
Well, it's a photograph of me and my mother, and that would be I think that would be the individual. That looks like a,
And does that photo fairly and accurately depict where you and your mom were in the self-checkout area when this was happening?
yes, sir.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit people's 28 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Edwards, what that means is the jury can now see the picture on the screen behind you.
Yes.
So you can look at that, or you can look at the one in front of you, whatever is most comfortable for you. And just tell us what we see in this photograph and what's going on at this moment. I can ask it this way, actually. Where's your mom in this photograph?
Right there. She's
On-
in a green jacket. That's what she was wearing that day. And I believe that, well, I say I believe, well, that's me in the jacket. I believe I was wearing a Carhartt that day. But yeah, that's me there on the floor, and that's my mother there in the corner. Exactly how I remember it too, when my mother told me that we need to get out of the store because she had me by my jacket. She grabbed me. She's oh, we need to get out of the store, and she turns and she runs, and
Take your time, sir.
So yeah, and she turns and she runs, and I drop down to the floor. And as I do that, as I drop down to the floor, I look up and I see my mother, and I only see her back, and she's running out the door. And I'm like, oh shit. And I'm looking at it. Oh, that's fucking wild shit.
Do you need a cup of water, Mr. Edwards?
No, I think I'm all right on water.
I only have a few more questions for you. Can I ask you those questions, or do you think you need a break?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you looked at the photograph
Yes.
on the witness stand a couple moments ago, one of the things you said was, damn. Did you realize how close the shooter was to you and your mom?
No.
Okay. And we last met a couple weeks ago. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did I show you just a really short video clip to help get you oriented to where you were and what was happening?
Yes, sir.
And was that the first time you realized how close the defendant, the shooter, was to you?
Yes.
We're going to transition now to talk a little bit about, as you're leaving the store, did you stay on all fours or did you get up?
No, as I was leaving the store, I stayed on all fours until I got all the way out of the store, and that was, I mean, that was pretty, shit, I don't even know. I'm surprised I made it out of there because, like I said, I'm sure you guys know, it's the first set of sliding doors and then the second set of sliding doors, and I was crawling on all fours until I got to the second set. And by the time I got to the second set of doors, I stood up. There was a cart right there, and I ran around the left side of it. And I ran all the way out into the parking lot with my mother, and we got out there to the parking lot, and
Can I stop you there for a second?
yes, sir.
So do you remember crawling on the concrete to get out of there?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got outside, did you and or your mom see the body of another victim outside?
Yes, sir.
What'd your mom do?
She said that she wanted to go. She wanted to go over to try to help the individual that was laying on the floor, but I grabbed her and I said, I don't think there's anything that we could do. When Officer Deli showed up and we were still in the parking lot, and he ran in and then there were like 6 more squad cars that pulled up, and they told us to go across the street at that point. We had pretty much made it out of there when that second group, because it was when the group of squad cars showed up and they told us to get out of there. That's when we left. My mom tried to help an individual who, like I said, was no longer, I don't think he was with us at that point. It was like laying there in the middle of the street at that T section right in front of the King Supers. So it's like, yeah, that's what I recall.
Okay. What has been the impact on you of all this, Mr. Edwards?
The impact. I don't, psychological, mostly, I would say.
Fair. I'm not going to ask you to explain it in more detail, but just fair to say and I think we're seeing it, really impacted you.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Edwards, I appreciate you being here and you sharing with the jury what happened on March 22nd, 2021. So thank you very much, sir. Your Honor, I have nothing further for Mr. Edwards.
Judge, I have no questions.
Mr. Edwards, you may go and you're released from your subpoena.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, people call Officer Brian Capobianco to the stand.
Okay, thank you. If you may, yes, you may. Thank you. Good afternoon, officer. If you'll please come towards me and then go around your left. Make your way up to the witness stand. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Brian Capobianco. Last is Capobianco.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about your background and your career experience, and then talk to you about what happened on March 22nd, 2021, okay?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury when you first started working in law enforcement, please?
January of 2018 is when I started.
Where did you begin?
What agency?
Yes, sir.
Boulder Police Department.
What prompted you to become a police officer?
I don't know, whatever prompts a career changer at age 30, I guess. Restlessness, but just want to do something different, more important.
What had you been doing before that?
I worked in construction management.
How long did you work in construction management for?
About 6 years.
And where was that?
New York City area.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up on Long Island, New York.
What brought you to the state of Colorado?
I like it here.
Okay.
Nothing in particular, but
I think that story sounds familiar to a lot of us.
yeah, more and more.
When did you move to the great state of Colorado?
I believe it was the day after Christmas 2017 and started the academy day after New Year's, I believe. So.
And do you have family still living on Long Island?
I do.
That includes your father?
Yes.
And did he fly in to support you today?
Yes, he's here.
And are you married?
I am.
What's your wife's name?
Victoria.
And during your time with Boulder Police Department, can you just walk us through what your career path has been and what's that involved?
Sure. I started off, as everybody else does, as a patrol officer, street patrol officer. I've had a number of collateral duties, including UAS or drone. I was on the SWAT team for a short time. I was a training officer, which was probably my favorite of all, and street sergeant, which is what I currently am.
What is a training officer?
So basically, after officers get out of the regional academy, they come back to home department and they undergo field training. And they're assigned with a field training officer who basically walks them through the day-to-day of how to do the job. So.
What was your role on March 22nd of 2021 with the Boulder Police Department?
I was on patrol. I was a patrol officer.
What does that involve?
In a general sense, responding to calls for service, dispatch calls for service, some proactive foot patrol, things like that.
What shift were you working on March 22nd?
Day shift.
Can you just tell the jury, to the best of your recollection, what was the day like leading up to 2:00, 2:30 that afternoon?
Unmemorable, fairly innocuous as most days are. Routine calls for patrol, nothing remarkable.
So you say fairly innocuous, routine patrol. What does that mean to a police officer?
I guess it's relative. We deal with a lot of welfare checks, trespassing sorts of calls, kind of things of that nature, maybe a cold theft, nothing that really sticks out because it's something that we do pretty much every day.
It's your job.
It's our job.
You mentioned, can I ask you a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Follow up on what you said. You mentioned a cold theft. Can you explain to the jury what that means in law enforcement terms?
Sure. We basically categorize calls based on level of priority. We basically do that by saying a call is either cold, meaning it happened sometime in the past and there's no present danger. A call just occurred, which means that it occurred sometime in the very recent past. Or a call is in progress, which means it is occurring presently, which would be the highest priority.
So what would an example of a cold theft be?
Maybe a shoplift from a half an hour to an hour ago, where the clerk maybe just got around to calling us or something like that, maybe a little knick-knack or something.
How long had you been working that shift, those times, by March 22nd of 2021?
So we change shifts every year in January. So at that point, it had been going on about 3 months.
What were you wearing that day?
Standard patrol uniform, which looks a little bit different from this. This is a Class A uniform. Our patrol uniform, it would be a similar color scheme patches, except there would be an outer carrier instead of an inner carrier. So I'm sure you've seen a outer vest with all of our tools attached to it.
And at approximately 2:25, 2:30, did a call come over the radio?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing at that point in time before you got the call?
So I was at the, we have a downtown annex, which is at 16th and Pearl. Usually I would end my days there doing mostly paperwork, catching up on reports. Usually there were other officers there, so we would kind of sit and chat and do paperwork.
What'd the call come over as?
Well, initially I was dispatched to what came out as a fire assist down in District 5. For reference, we divide the city into different districts and assign a patrol officer to each district. So District 5 is anything south of Baseline Road and west of 28th Street.
Where were you when you got the fire assist call?
I was at the annex downtown.
So what'd you do?
Got into my patrol car, which was parked out front. Started making my way through the downtown area, the Pearl Street area, making my way towards Broadway, which is what I was going to take south to get down to District 5.
And what is District 5?
What is it?
Yes. Like what area does that include? Just roughly.
Oh, as I mentioned, it's west of 28th Street and south of Baseline Road.
Okay. And as you were heading there, did you get another radio call?
Yes.
What did that call come over as?
Came over as a shooting.
And do you recall the details that you received over the radio initially and then on your way there?
Some, yes.
What details do you recall?
So I recall a description, as is normally aired on a call. And at some point during the airing of that call, the dispatcher that was on our main radio channel clarified that it was going to be an active shooter.
Where?
The King Soopers supermarket on Table Mesa Boulevard.
So what'd you do then?
Drove a little faster. Activated my overhead lights and emergency sirens, and accelerated down Broadway straight south, which is the direction I was heading anyway.
And when you activate your lights and sirens, does that also activate your body worn camera?
Yes.
And you're aware that it recorded that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was the description of the shooter that you received over the radio on the way to King Soopers?
What I recall was a white male with a beard, and then he was wearing a vest. Came over as tac vest.
What do you mean by tac vest?
Comes in a number of varieties, but it would similar to what you would see a police officer wear, maybe an outer carry or something like that, some sort of, they call it a tactical vest, but it serves some sort of utility. You can put equipment in it, things like that. Possibly some protective equipment, a plate, body armor, stuff like that.
What was going through your mind as you were driving there, Officer Capobianco?
Just getting there as fast as I could. Generally, when I go en route to a call, I safely as I can, I try to read call notes to get a little bit of context so I know what I'm going into. Given the situation, I knew all I needed to at that moment in time, and I was just concentrating on getting there safely just due to the increased speed. So
What do you mean you knew everything you needed to know at that moment in time?
I have a active shooter. I have a description. That's all I needed to know at the time, at least for my purposes, until I got to the call and reassessed.
How'd you get there?
I mean, what route?
Yes, please.
So I was at roughly Broadway and Pearl when I recall the being broken from my initial call to go to the active shooter. So I took Broadway all the way south. Broadway is a straight shot down to Table Mesa. So I took Broadway all the way south, and then I went west, made a right turn and went west on Table Mesa, and the King Supers is right there.
You touched on this, but how would you describe your driving on the way there?
I hesitate to use the word frantic, but your foot gets a little heavier when you're going to a call like that. So generally, we're running emergency lights and sirens. We're going as fast as I safely could, I would say.
On the way there, were you continuing to receive radio transmissions from dispatch about what was going on inside King Supers at that moment?
Honestly, I don't recall. After the initial dispatch, I think I was so focused on getting there, and a lot of things are kind of running through your head at that moment in time. So I couldn't say for sure.
Okay. And if you had received additional radio communications, would that have been captured on your body-worn camera?
As long as my in-car radio was on and audible, then yes.
Okay. And was there an officer who arrived just before you at King Supers?
There was an officer on scene when I arrived.
Who was that?
Officer Gignac.
Had you worked with her before?
Yes.
And did you receive any radio communication from her on the way to King Supers?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall receiving any transmission about two parties down outside the King Supers?
Again, from memory, I can't recall.
Okay. Approximately what time did you arrive?
It was probably somewhere around, I would be guessing, but it probably would have only taken me a few minutes to get down from downtown, given the rate of speed I was going. So maybe 5 or 10 minutes, but again, best guess.
And upon arriving, can you describe for the jury what you saw?
Sure. I pulled into the driveway on the easternmost side of the store, the first driveway off of Table Mesa that leads straight up to the front doors. I saw Officer Gignac closer to the store. I don't recall if I saw anybody running. I expected to see more people outside, but didn't think about it, I guess, at the time. So I pulled in and immediately got out of my car, as we're trained to.
You mentioned as you're trained to, have you had, before this incident, active shooter training at the Boulder Police Department?
Yes.
What did that consist of?
Simulated drills that we run. Obviously, we do the best we can as far as realism. But they're basically simulated scenarios that we run through. We go over tactics. We try to simulate some level of stress.
And through your training, what were you taught to do when there's an active shooter inside a location?
So, well, there's a lot of things. Getting out of the car as fast as possible. I usually carry a patrol rifle in the trunk of my car, so I went and got that as fast as I could. Another thing that we're taught to do is to listen for stimulus. So what that essentially means is any sort of sound outside of the ordinary, a gunshot, a scream, something like that. And the reason we're taught to do that is because we don't necessarily know what's going on or what we're just arriving into the middle of. But things like that sort of give us an inkling of which direction we're supposed to go, at least.
And when you arrived at King Soopers, what else did you observe outside the store that was of significance to you?
There were, well, the parking lot was, from what I recall, full of cars. As I was running up to the store, I saw a woman, I believe, laying in the parking lot. She wasn't moving. So I kept moving past her to get up to where Officer Gignac was, towards the front of the store.
And you were carrying your rifle at that point?
I was.
And what did you decide to do at that moment?
Well, there was a male who I believe was an employee, just because of the apron that he was wearing, and he was leaving the store. He was heading out east, I believe. And I remember him saying that the shooter was inside. I asked the gentleman where inside. He didn't know. So I quickly moved on from him. He didn't have any further purpose for me.
What doors did you head towards?
They would be the doors on the easternmost side of the store, at least at the time, the layout.
And what was the reason you were going into the store at that moment so soon after arriving?
Generally, short of any stimulus, we tend to slow things down and do a more methodical search. However, I assumed at that point that there were more people inside of the store, and I didn't hesitate to go in, because if there were people inside of the store, then that's where we needed to be. So that's just what I assumed.
What led you to make that assumption?
The parking lot was full. I didn't see, as I mentioned, a lot of people outside in the parking lot running. It's just one of those things. I just assumed there were more people possibly hiding inside of the store, and I just didn't want to wait. So.
And what was the reason you didn't want to wait?
Because I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I was outside when another gunshot went off. So, yeah.
What doors did you start to go through?
So there's concrete steps leading up to a glass vestibule. They're automatic glass sliding doors. After that vestibule leads into the store. So we made our way up to that initial vestibule.
And who was it at that point in time?
Initially, it was myself and Officer Gignac.
Did you then hear someone else's voice on the radio?
I did.
Whose voice did you hear?
Officer Talley.
Did you recognize it to be Officer Talley?
I did.
What do you recall him saying over the radio?
I don't remember his exact words, but I remember him airing that he was with us. I remember hearing his radio number, his voice. I recognized. I'd worked with Eric, with Officer Talley, for a while.
So just taking a step back for a minute, when you've worked with someone for a while, do you get to know their voice over the radio like someone might over a cell phone or a phone when they were talking to someone they've known for a long time?
Usually.
And you knew it to be Officer Talley?
I did.
And you also knew that to be his unique Boulder Police Department number that he gave in the radio call?
Yep, I did.
Did you then see Officer Talley join you?
I don't recall seeing him joining us at the time. I believe he was behind me.
And you now know that he was behind you at that point?
Yes.
Can you walk the jury through what happened next?
Yeah, I can. We entered into the vestibule and eventually through the next set of sliding doors, which leads into the store. I remember it being quiet. for the most part. Some light, I guess you can call it like lounge elevator sort of type music. I remember I could smell vividly, and if you've ever been to a firing range, you know distinctly what gunpowder smells like. And I remember that vividly, that I smelled gunpowder, and that's how I knew that shots had been fired. It's distinct. Inside the store, there are, you walk in, at least from those doors, and there's registers to the right. And I recall seeing another party down towards those registers. Again, didn't notice any movement at that time.
Can I stop you for a minute?
Yes.
When you entered the store, what was the lighting like inside the store?
I guess not out of the ordinary. It was fairly bright, as any supermarket would be under normal operating hours. Yeah.
You mentioned the music was playing.
I recall it was soft. It was quiet.
Other than the music playing, could you hear any other sounds from within the store?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So in other words, no stimulus that you could perceive.
Correct.
What was your reaction in that moment in time to not being able to perceive any other stimulus?
I'll try to use appropriate words. I almost,
If you need to, the last witness said a few words that you might not find appropriate, so I think we're ready for it.
it's kind of an oh shit moment, because whenever I would train, we would include something like that. That's kind of the signal about, okay, I hear something over there, that's where I'm going to go. I didn't hear anything like that. So I'm basically walking into an open supermarket with no inclination where anybody is. And it was a bit jarring.
You use the word open. How would you describe the amount of cover from like a police officer's perspective? How much cover is there when you're walking in those doors?
Not nearly enough, in my opinion. We use the terms cover and concealment. Cover would be like hiding behind a car, something that would, in theory, stop a projectile, and then concealment would be hiding behind a bush or something like that just conceals your location. I remember there being a couple of racks of little tchotchkes or knickknacks or what have you. Otherwise, there was a customer service desk to the left, which provided a bit, but nothing from off to my right side. So I was open to about half the store, roughly, more than I would have liked to have been, but that's what was in front of us.
And then you mentioned just a few moments ago, there was a party down. What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. We don't know status. I know that there was a party human down near the registers. They were not moving. I did not know their status at that time. Again, that is, we're trained to stop the threat first and then provide medical aid. So that's what we did. I tried to do.
So you see the person down and you're trained not to render medical aid right in that moment, but to, as you said, stop the threat.
Everything is dependent, but generally, yes. Our main priority is stopping the threat first and assessing the injuries second.
What was the significance of the person that you saw down on the ground in terms of your reaction to what's happening inside King Soopers?
I mean, it solidified the assumption that I had going into the store that at least a shooter had been inside, or either currently at some point.
How are you and Officer Talley and Officer Gignac positioned at this point in time?
So I was positioned in the front. The reason for that is because I had what we consider to be the superior weapon of the three. I had a patrol rifle, a long rifle. So generally that person goes up front. And then immediately behind me was Officer Gignac, and I believe behind Officer Gignac was Officer Talley.
And that's as you're moving into the store.
Correct.
Can you walk the jury through what happens next, please?
Sure. As I mentioned, I saw customer service counter immediately to my left. So I kind of ducked down and hugged that counter for at least some level of concealment from some part of the store or cover. I kind of crawled my way forward deeper into the store, still hugging that counter. Eventually the counter would 90 degrees to the left. So I made my way to that corner and began to round the corner there.
What was the very next thing that happened?
Gunshots, I heard. Loud.
From what direction?
I'd thought at the time that it was coming from my left. It was loud. Again, it's an open area. I couldn't say with certainty. I didn't see anything, but at least initially at the time, I had the inclination that it was coming from my left.
Where was Officer Talley when the shot was fired?
Not where I thought he was. I thought he was still behind me with Officer Gignac. Officer Talley was not. He was closer to, well, I would say a better way to put it would be away from the customer service counter.
So just to get the jury oriented to where everybody's positioned, if we can.
Sure.
What side of the store are you closer to in relation to Officer Talley?
I would be closer to the east side of the store.
And Officer Talley was to what direction from you?
West.
Approximately how far away was Officer Talley from you at that moment in time when you first heard gunshots?
He was close. I can't say for certain because at the time I thought he was still behind me, but he could have been more than 10 or 15 feet away. Close.
And what kind of weapon was Officer Talley holding at that point?
He had his service pistol. I don't recall the make, but that's what he had.
A handgun?
Yes.
And Officer Gignac had a handgun as well?
The same.
And she was still behind you at this point?
Yes.
How many shots do you recall hearing, Officer Capobianco?
There's no way I can say for sure. Several gunshots. They were loud and they were in rapid succession. But I can't put a precise number on it, but it was multiple.
What was your reaction in that moment in time?
My initial reaction, probably just instinctually, was to get down and get back to our closest point of solid cover, which was the vestibule, because at that point I still could not say where the shots were coming from, so I wouldn't have even have known what to get behind to safeguard myself.
Did you return fire at all at that point?
I did not.
And what was the reason you would not or did not fire at that point?
Because I did not have a visual of the suspect.
You didn't see where the gunfire was coming from?
Correct.
Or who was firing at you?
Correct.
So you mentioned that your first instinct would be to return to cover. So what in fact did you do?
I about faced and hurried my way back to the vestibule as quick as I could.
What do you recall happening next?
So when I turned, Officer Gignac was still behind me. I remember telling her to get out of the store as well. I got back as far as the vestibule and I stopped and looked back into the store to see if I can acquire a threat. I could not. So at that point, I retreated out of the vestibule and back to a layer of cars in the parking lot.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by looking to acquire a threat?
Yeah, so essentially, I didn't see anybody when the initial shots came out. So my fear was that whoever was potentially shooting at us was following us out of the store, and I wanted to make sure that that didn't happen as we had our backs to the store.
So physically, what'd you do to check on that?
um, basically stood in the doorway with my rifle aimed and just did a quick scan before retreating out of the vestibule.
And did you see the shooter at that point?
No,
And you mentioned then you moved back towards cars.
I did.
And what was the reason you moved back towards the cars?
I wish I knew. To me, I always associate cars with being something we use for cover all the time. I probably needed to regain my bearings. So I took cover behind a car at that time. I couldn't tell you the reason I did it. It's just something that happened at the time.
Were other officers starting to arrive on scene?
At that very moment in time where I was back in the parking lot, I was still so focused on the store, I couldn't say for sure.
And at some point, did you see other police officers starting to move towards the doors?
Yes.
In your memory, how long was it between shots being fired at you and the other officers and that second group of officers heading towards the doors?
In my memory, eternity. It was probably no more than 30 seconds to a minute, but it felt like a lot longer.
What's the reason it felt like longer?
Relativity, the stress. There's no other way I can put it. Just the immense stress made it feel like a lot longer.
At some point while this is happening, did you realize Officer Talley was not within your sight?
Yes.
When was that?
When I made my way back out to the parking lot.
Can you tell us about that?
So I realized that he wasn't with us, which is why eventually I made my way back up to the front of the store. Because if we did have a downed officer inside, we had to go back. It's hard to explain.
When you made your way back to the front of the store, were the other officers starting to form up to go back in as well?
Yeah, yes.
Who do you recall, just to the best of your recollection, who do you recall being in that group that you knew?
I recall Officer Pleiter, Officer Stidell, Officer West was there, Officer Schmeitz, Officer Smith. I believe Officer Casero was there too.
What did Officer Pleiter ask for at that moment in time?
Well, he asked for a rifle. They were going to attempt to make another entry into the store. He had a patrol shield with him that ironically is only effective against handgun, but he had the shield with him, and they asked for a rifle up front. And as fate would have it, I had the only one at the time, so I went back up to the front and joined Officer Pleiter and Officer Stidell.
I'm going to just walk you through what you just shared with the jury and have you break it down a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Asked for a rifle. Is that law enforcement jargon for someone with a rifle to come up to the front?
Yes. I need a rifle, if I recall correctly, but yeah, you always, especially since from the information we knew at the time was that the shooter had a similar weapon, we would be at least better odds if we had a long gun as opposed to a handgun. So that's fairly common to do something like that.
And the officers that you recall being there were all using something other than a rifle?
Initially, there was at least one other officer that I recall with a rifle, but he might not have been there at that moment in time. But yes.
So the ones that you do recall had handguns?
As far as I know, I just know that they asked for a rifle and I had one, so.
And then you mentioned the shield that Officer Pleiter was holding?
Yeah.
And you mentioned what it was designed for. Can you tell the jury more about that, please?
So I'm sure you've seen them before, but basically the shields that we carry on patrol are basically upper body length shields that you hold. They're generally rated for different caliber of firearm. They're used to make, if you're, say, for example, clearing a house or something like that, it makes it a little bit safer. So we'll have a shield carrier in front, person that draws the short straw. And then flanking that officer would be officer with generally a lethal option like a handgun, possibly a rifle or a shotgun or something like that. It's just an added layer of protection. So patrol shields have a rating. They're rated for a certain caliber of handgun or rifle, as I mentioned. And the basic ones that we carry are rated for handgun rounds, for example, not a rifle round. We have different shields for those, but we did not have one on scene at the time.
So Officer Pleiter is carrying a shield that's designed to stop handgun fire, but not rifle fire.
It's designed to stop handgun fire, not rifle fire. Correct.
And then you join him next to the shield.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happens next, please?
So we tried to push into the store. Couldn't have gotten more than a few feet into the store. It was pretty quick. And more shots had rang out. Again, didn't know where they were coming from. We were right near the front doors. So once again, I didn't see a shooter. So the closest point of cover was right outside of the doors immediately leading into the store in the vestibule. It's generally what I thought was concrete. So that's where I scrambled to.
Did you believe at that moment in time that the shots were being fired at you and the other police officers?
Yes.
What led you to conclude that?
I remember glass shattering around us. The sliding doors are glass, and from my recollection, there were some stationary glass windows or something along those lines next to the doors. But I remember glass shattering.
Around you and the other officers?
Yes.
You said you did not see the shooter at that point?
I did not.
Did anyone in that group going in the second time see the shooter?
I would find out later that they did, but at the time, I didn't know.
What happened shortly after that first round of shots fired at you and the other officers?
There were more shots fired. At that time, I didn't know if they were coming from the shooter or from one of the officers. But I remember some continued gunfire.
Would you later learn that was gunfire by one of the police officers at the shooter?
At least in part, yes.
And just moving us forward a little bit.
Sure.
At some point, did other officers respond and you move back from the location a little bit further?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Sure. So we have a vehicle with some armor that eventually arrived on scene. And I think what their plan was to use that to somehow make entry through the vestibule into the store. So once reinforcements arrived, myself and Officer Smith retreated to the first police car in the driveway that I remember seeing. And I think the rationale at that time was to cover the roof. I didn't know how many shooters there were or where the shooter was. So we retreated back to the first point of cover in that driveway and watched the roof.
How long did you remain in that position for?
I don't recall. It wasn't a very long time. We made our way back to a second car, another patrol vehicle, further towards Table Mesa, so north from the store in that driveway, again, to get a better vantage point onto the roof.
And at some point, did you back up even further?
We were relieved, I think, from that location.
And what do you mean by that?
Once at least the exterior of the store was secure enough for them to safely extract us, for a lack of a better term, that's what happened.
Where'd you go from there?
I believe they had a command post set up initially. So I rendezvoused there. After which I was transported back to the Boulder Police Department.
At some point, did you learn that Officer Talley had been shot and killed?
Yes.
When did you first realize that he had been shot?
The first time I remember realizing that he had been shot is when we made our way back up to the store. After the initial gunfire, I guess when you can say when the second wave of officers arrived and we made our way back up to the store and I peeked inside.
What did you see when you peeked inside?
I saw what I presumed to be Officer Talley down on the ground. I knew it was a patrol officer because of the uniform. And the only other officer inside the store with me, at least initially, was Officer Gignac, who I knew got out of the store. Further, I knew it was Officer Talley because he was the only one of the three of us that essentially would wear a standard old school police uniform, which looks more like this, where the say bulletproof vest is on the inside of the uniform and not the outside. So I recognized the uniform.
When you were part of that second wave?
Correct.
And when did you find out that Officer Talley had died as a result?
So I think the first thing I recall was one of our sergeants at the time, and if I can remember this correctly, saying that they wouldn't need an ambulance. Or
we're almost done. Can I ask you a few questions about Officer Talley before we wrap up? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Approximately how old was Officer Talley?
I'm guessing age, about 50 maybe, something around there.
When did you first meet Eric Talley?
I was still probably even before I went off to field training, after our regional academy when I got back to the department.
Can you tell the jury about meeting him and your first interactions with him, please?
Sure. So for context, when you're in training, you are about this big, or at least that's how big you feel. And you're still in the academy mindset where everything is yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Especially a senior officer. So I addressed Officer Talley as such when I encountered him outside of the police department the first time I met him, as sir. And I remember him very quickly barking at me. He said, don't call me sir. He said, you and I are equals. We're the same. And that interaction was a microcosm of Eric. So
how so?
He was very humble, always showed extreme humility. He poked fun at himself. He always went out of his way to help everybody else, both inside the department and outside. He was exemplary in that regard, so much so that they created an award in his honor to recognize exactly that.
What was your relationship like with him over the years that you were working with him?
I was good friends with Eric. He became kind of a mentor to me as a new officer. We were also kind of nerds in the same way. So Eric was really very much into board games. So on our breaks, he would bring in some obscure board game that you've never heard of, and we would play that. And the next day I was always into card games. So then I would teach him how to play Magic the Gathering or something like that, something silly. And, I tried to emulate the way that he spoke to people, spoke to the public, went out of his way to accommodate people. I tried to emulate myself off of that.
Did Officer Talley have a family?
Yeah.
And how many kids did Officer Talley have?
7.
I'm not Let me just ask it this way. Fair to say this has had a very significant impact on you, Sergeant Capobianco?
That would be an understatement. Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No cross examination.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. You are excused and you're released from the subpoena.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we call the next witness, can we approach?
Yes, ma'am. I was planning on us taking a quick break since we had that one rather immediate. So remember my admonition, don't talk to anybody, don't talk amongst yourselves, don't form or express an opinion. If somebody does try to talk to you, report that to me or my staff immediately. And I think we're good. So I'll have Mr. Collins take you out and have you back in here at 4:30. Yes, please. Thank you.
Still posed.
You rise for the jury, please. All right, thank you. Be seated. The breaks got a little wonky today, but I still want to make the most of your time. So we'll go to 5 o'clock, still utilizing what we typically plan for a day. And then we'll get started again tomorrow at 9. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, when Sergeant Capobianco finished up, we didn't address him being released from the subpoena, and I just wanted to confirm.
I did actually tell him he was released from the subpoena, so
Sorry.
unless I got it wrong.
No, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I did.
With that, Your Honor, then the people would call Officer Pam Gignac to the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You know the routine. Please face me, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon.
It's okay. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
It's Pamela Gignac, Gignac.
And also, Gignac, can you walk the jury through your law enforcement career, please?
Yes, I started December 18th, 1980 at the University of Texas in Austin. Was there about 10 years. The last 3, I was patrol sergeant. Then I went over to the Travis County Sheriff's Office, where I was a patrol deputy. And my last year and a half there, I was in detectives.
If you could stay a little bit at the angle so you're a bit closer to the microphone, particularly for folks in the back and the podium. Thank you.
And as a patrol sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities back then?
I was on the night shift, so I oversaw 12 officers and 5 civilian employees.
How long did you serve in that role for?
My last 3 years.
Before going over to the Travis County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Can you just give us a brief summary of your time with the Travis County Sheriff's Office, please?
So like I started in patrol as patrol deputy, had an assigned area that I patrolled. About 4 months in, I was asked by the SWAT commander to join the SWAT team. But we called it Sheriff's Response Team, but it was a SWAT team. Then I went into detectives and investigated any crimes involving juveniles. And I was arson investigator for them. And I also taught at the Law Enforcement Academy.
So meaning you specialize in cases involving juveniles and also arson-related crimes?
Yes.
And you mentioned teaching at the academy. What did that involve?
It was a 5-month academy for new recruits in the law enforcement side and the correction side. And so I taught whatever topics that they needed me to teach.
How long did you work with the Travis County Sheriff's Office?
3 years.
Where did you go after leaving the sheriff's office?
I came to Boulder Police Department.
Can you tell the jury what first brought you to Boulder, Colorado?
I was a military brat, and one of my dad's last assignments was at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs. So I love to ski. I love to hike. Was coming here 3 and 4 times a year, so I thought it would be prudent to move here and it'd be cheaper for me in the long run.
When did you join the Boulder Police Department?
It was August 23rd of 1993.
And you're still serving with the Boulder Police Department?
Yes, I am.
So I know we're talking about a significant span of service here, but from 1993 through today, can you just walk the jury through your career with the Boulder Police Department?
Started on night shift, spent a couple years there, went to swing shift. Spent a couple years there, went into detectives for a 3-year period, went back onto patrol, came to day shift. What else? do you-
No, that's
Sorry.
exactly what I was asking for. Can I ask you a couple follow-up questions?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned swing shift. I don't think the jury's heard about the swing shift before. What is the swing shift?
We have 3 shifts at Boulder. It's 6 to 4 is the day shift. When I was on swings, it was 3 to 11, and then night shift was 9 to 7. And we've adjusted those hours a little bit the past couple of years.
You also mentioned serving 3 years in the detective unit.
Yes,
What did that involve?
I was in the general crime section, plus I also did arson investigation.
And then you went back to patrol after that.
Yes,
And in March of 2021, were you working patrol at the time?
yes, I was.
What were your duties and responsibilities as a patrol officer?
I was on the day shift, which is 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. I was assigned my district, which is the northwest quarter of the city. So it's just answering calls, any calls for service, taking reports, looking for any criminal activity.
You mentioned the northwest part of the city was your jurisdiction at that time.
Yes,
What did that roughly consist of?
north of Pearl Street to the foothills, all the way to the north city limits up at the Y, and over to 28th Street.
So for example, if something happened at Lucky's Market up on Broadway, that would be within your jurisdiction.
Yes.
And back in 2021, before this happened, what was an average day like for you on patrol?
It would vary because, you never knew how many in-progress calls were going to take place, but usually a mixture of in-progress calls with what we call cold calls, meeting with victims, taking their crime reports for them, filling out the paperwork, some traffic enforcement.
You mentioned in-progress calls. What is an in-progress call?
An in-progress call is something that's a little more serious. It's actually happening right there. And so we need a faster police response so that we can help quell the situation.
During your time as a police officer with the Boulder Police Department, have you been inside the King Supers at Table Mesa prior to March 22nd?
Yes,
On what kinds of occasions?
usually for shoplifters.
Approximately how many times would you say, just ballpark, had you been inside that King Supers over the years?
Probably about a dozen times.
Prior to the incident that occurred here, what was that day? What was March 22nd like for you?
Started the usual way. I had to wait a little bit at the PD because I shared a car with the night shift officers. And so we had that kind of lag time. So I had to wait till they were done. And then I got my car and loaded up, made sure I had all the necessary equipment for that day. And then I just went out to my district and started patrolling.
Up in Northwest Boulder.
Yes,
And what shift were you working that day?
day shift, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
What do you recall the weather being like that day?
It was a little overcast and a little on the cool side, and it would snow lightly on and off.
What were you wearing that day?
I was wearing my BDUs, which are basically our cargo pants. They have pockets on the side. I was wearing a long sleeve shirt and my external vest.
And the long sleeve shirt, was that a police uniform?
Yes, it was.
And by that, I mean, did it have
It actually looks just like this one. the patches on both shoulders, my badge, things of that nature.
What type of car were you driving that day?
One of the Ford SUVs.
And generally speaking, but also on that day, the Boulder police officers patrol as individuals, in other words, solo cars?
Yes, we do.
And that's what you were doing on March 22nd?
Yes.
Do you recall the call coming over for the incident at King Soopers?
Yes, I do.
Where were you when you received the call?
I was actually on Moorhead heading down to Table Mesa. Because a fellow officer was assigned a suspicious person's call, so I was going down there to be her cover officer.
Can we break that down a little bit for the jury? What do you mean by a suspicious person's call? Excuse me.
The call was a gentleman was looking into parked cars. So they assigned the district officer, and you never know what kind of person you're going to encounter. So I went down there to provide any assistance if she needed it.
And one of the terms that's used for that is as a cover officer.
Yes.
So had you already arrived when the call came over for the incident at King Soopers?
No, I was still about a block away from her.
Who was that officer, if you recall?
That was Officer Julie Morris.
And after, excuse me, on the way to meet up with Officer Morris, you received the call about what's happening at King Soopers.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, please, what you remember about that radio call?
Aired that there was an active shooter at the King Soopers on Table Mesa. And then they gave a rough description and aired that the suspect may have possibly been leaving the store and was in the parking lot.
What do you recall about the description or what the active shooter was doing?
Said that I remember about 5'8", possibly wearing body armor, and was shooting people.
What was the significance, if any, of the radio communication that he might be wearing body armor?
Well, the body armor presents a challenge to us, because if I ended up in the situation where I was going to have to shoot the suspect, knowing that they were wearing body armor really narrows down the target zone of where we can shoot and effectively stop them from continuing their actions.
After receiving the radio call, what did you do?
I hit my lights and siren because I knew I was close, and I started driving west on Table Mesa towards the store.
How fast would you describe your driving as?
I really never looked down at my speedometer, but I knew I was exceeding the speed limit by quite a bit, but I didn't have any traffic. And so I was pushing it a little to get there as fast as I could.
This is an obvious question, but what was the reason you were trying to get there as fast as you could?
I wanted to stop the shooter from killing people.
Were you the first officer to arrive on
Yes.
scene?
Sorry, yes, I was.
How did you pull into the King Soopers parking lot?
So if this is the King Soopers, down Table Mesa, there's what I called the main entrance. It almost split the store in half. So I took that entrance.
What did you see as you entered the King Soopers parking lot from that entrance?
As I drove down the little road to get towards the building, I saw a deceased person laying in the parking lot.
Could you tell at that point if it was a man or a woman?
No.
Where approximately was the deceased person located?
The feeder road comes in, and then you have to turn left or right, and then there's the store. And so they were about right where the T was formed.
So upon seeing that person on the ground, what did you do?
I tried to park my patrol vehicle in front of them so that nobody could come in at a high rate of speed and hit them.
And when you say in front of them, which side do you mean?
That would have been north of them.
So you have the store, the person's body, and then you park your car on the other side.
Yes.
And that's to block from any other police vehicles running over the person.
Yes.
What did you do immediately upon arriving at King Soopers?
I had radioed to our communication center that I was arrival. I got out of my vehicle and went to the hatch to try and get my ballistic helmet. But I was unable to get it out of the bag.
And when you said you radioed arrival, what does that mean?
I'd still let dispatch and any other responding units know that I was on scene.
What'd you do after trying to get the helmet out of your bag and being unsuccessful?
Officer Capobianco had pulled in and was approaching from the left. And so we yelled at each other, you know, that we needed to get in the store. So we joined up to make an entry team.
What was the reason you wanted to get into the store right away?
To stop any further killing.
What kind of weapon did you have?
I have my department issued Smith & Wesson 9mm.
It's a handgun?
Yes.
Did you have a rifle in your car?
No.
And at what point did you draw your handgun?
As soon as I'd taken a couple steps from my patrol vehicle.
Did you also radio anything else to dispatch at that point?
That there was another deceased person in the parking lot.
What did you and Officer Capobianco start to do?
We started to form up to make entry into the store.
At some point, did Officer Eric Talley arrive?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you remember about that, please?
So I'm going to call him Capo because that's what we all call him. So Capo and I joined up, and off to my right shoulder, I saw Eric parking and starting to run up the ramp to join up with us.
And by Eric, you mean Officer Eric
Yes,
Talley?
sorry, Officer Talley.
That's okay. Did he catch up to you and Officer Capobianco?
Not until Capo and I had made entry into the store.
And can you describe for the jury what you observed as you started going into the King Soopers?
Well, we noticed there, we call it stimulus. And we didn't hear any shots taking place at that time. Saw another deceased person by the registers.
What led you to conclude the person was deceased?
Just the way they were on the ground, and didn't appear to be, you know, any breathing or any signs of life.
So what, if anything, did you radio to dispatch and other officers at that point?
Well, once Capo and I went in, I realized we hadn't told anybody that we made entry. And that's important for the other responding units to know. So I kind of slowed down a little bit and radioed that Capo, myself, and Officer Talley had made entry.
And you mentioned you do that because it's important to the other responding officers. What do you mean by that?
Well, they need to know that somebody's already in the store in case we encounter anything. And they need to know we're in there so that they can decide, okay, do we need to go into, or should we take up another post on the exterior of the building?
So you radio that you're entering the store with Officer Capobianco and Officer Talley.
Yes.
And do you also radio once you're inside that you see an individual who appears to have been killed on the floor?
Yes.
What was the lighting like when you first went into the store?
It appeared that all the lights were on inside the store. It was actually quite bright in there.
What, if anything, could you hear?
I didn't hear anything.
Any stimulus at all?
No.
So what was your reaction to that?
Well, the way we're taught that if there's no stimulus, that you slow it down and then you try to start doing a methodical search to look for the suspect.
What's the reason for that?
That's so that you don't overlook things, that you want to search everything or as much as the store as you can so that you don't overlook anybody.
So at that moment in time, as you're radioing information to dispatch and to other officers, how are you, Officer Talley, and Officer Capobianco positioned?
Well, Capo and I had kind of veered towards the left, and so Capo was ahead of me. And then I was back several feet, and then Eric was behind me. Sorry, Officer Tally.
It's okay. What's the very next thing that happened?
Officer Tally ran by me on my right shoulder and penetrated further into the store. And then 2 shots rang out and Officer Tally dropped.
Where did the shots come from?
It sounded like it was coming off to our left, so that would have been the north east corner of the store.
And did you believe the gunfire was directed at you and the other officers?
Yes.
And you saw, I think you said Officer Tally drop.
Yes.
What did you believe it was when you first saw him do that?
I was thinking and hoping that he was just taking cover. And so he was trying to make himself a smaller target by dropping down.
Could you see the shooter at that point?
No,
How close, just from hearing the gunfire, how close did it seem like the gunfire was to you and the other officers?
I couldn't tell.
And no idea where it's coming from at that point.
No, just off to my left to the east.
So what'd you do at that point?
Capo turned to me, yelled, and I remember him saying, do you know where he is? Meaning the suspect. And that's when I told him he's off to our left. And so we kind of tried to join up a little tighter formation.
What's the very next thing that happened, Officer Gignac?
Capo said, well, we need to get out of here. So, because we really didn't have any cover where we were. So we started moving back towards the main door to find some cover.
Where'd you go?
Back to the same door we came in, the northeast door.
How quickly is all this happening?
I have no idea. It could have been seconds, it could have been minutes. I mean, time just kind of blurred together.
What's the very next thing you remember doing?
I went outside and went partway down the ramp, and there was a second team forming. So I told them where the shooter had been so that they would know which way to start looking.
And at that point, did the second team start to move up to the front doors?
Yes.
Where were you located at that point?
It felt like they were a really big team because I was trying to join back up with them, and I had to hesitate because it just seemed like they were filling up the entire foyer. And so there was really no place for me to stand at that time. So I kind of hugged the corner where the door is in the north wall of the store.
And is that on the side where the pedestrian ramp is located?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the jury what you saw on the pedestrian ramp at that point, please?
I don't understand your question.
I'm sorry, I could have phrased it better, and I'll try. You're on the pedestrian ramp?
Yes.
What else did you see on the pedestrian ramp, if anything?
Well, there was the car with the door open, and the one other victim who was laying on the sidewalk was very near that ramp.
And that was a different person than the one you saw when you drove into the parking lot?
Yes.
What was the very next thing that happened?
Everybody was trying to formulate a plan, and a couple more shots rang out.
From where?
It appeared to be straight ahead of us, so from the south.
Inside the store or outside?
Inside the store.
And was that after that second wave or second team had gone into the store?
Yes, it was.
After that, did a sergeant arrive and take over incident command?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was Sergeant Benny Gallaran.
And shortly thereafter, what were you doing?
And like I said, it was pretty congested there, and so we're always taught look for a job. So I knew I wasn't doing anything in that current position. So I took a couple officers with me and we moved down to the west doors because there was nobody at those doors.
What was the reason you moved down to the west doors?
You want to cover the door, so if the suspect runs out, you can hopefully apprehend them. If there's any victims in there that you can get out safely, you just want them to see a uniform and a friendly face and know, this is a safe way to go.
At some point after SWAT arrived, were you relieved from your position near the front of the store?
Yes.
Where'd you go then?
They took us into the bank that is located in the parking lot where the King Supers is. And we met with our deputy chief and the chief.
And that's the Chase Bank?
Yes.
When and how did you find out that Officer Talley had been killed?
I knew it when it happened.
I'm sorry to ask you this, but at what point did you know?
Because Eric was running into the store at a pretty good clip when he went by me. And then when the shots rang out, he just dropped. And that was a pretty good indicator that he had been shot.
You mentioned that you had been hoping that he was ducking down and not actually been shot.
Yes.
And at some point, as the officers continued to respond, did you find out he actually had been killed?
Yes.
And who told you that?
Well, I actually told them.
Okay.
And then at the end, when we were doing our debrief at the Chase Bank, the executive staff verified that.
And they confirmed for you what you had already suspected based on what you saw.
Yes.
How long had you known Eric Talley?
Since he hired on at the department.
And by hired on, you mean from when he first started with the Boulder Police Department?
Yes.
How would you describe Eric Talley?
Judge, objection 401, 403, cumulative. Can we approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. You mentioned you knew Officer Talley for a period of years.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further for Officer Gignac.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer Gignac.
No cross-examination.
All right, thank you. You are excused and you may be released from subpoena, yes?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Dunn, released?
Yes.
So I confirm. All right, thank you. right, as I said, we're going to recess for the evening. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. You must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. You must not consult any outside references or search the internet for anyone involved in the trial, anything about the trial. And as always, remember, it is especially important that you do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. All right, we'll see you in the morning. We'll have some breakfast items for you, hopefully, and we'll get started at 9. Thank you.